Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome in. What's going on, Oshik? How are you doing? Crushing the bottle so it's more space efficient. All right, so today, unfortunately, I think we've got to work on Tesla coils a little bit. I really don't want that to be an all-day thing that I'm doing. If we can't figure it out, then what I'm probably going to do is just revert back to what we had before and just do a check. That's like, is it actually valid? You know? But yeah. Hey, Zafencer, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, we just need to fix that one bug where somehow the Tesla coils are ending up with no power network, which is a problem. I just don't know how it's happening, honestly. It might just be like something inside of the looping that's like not properly checking if it's invalid. It's possible. Yeah. Well, here, let's go ahead and dive into it. So, the very first thing that's going to get ran here is power network changed. So if it's already a power network, it's going to say, kill it, set it to a new one, right? And then it sets the ID and blah, blah, blah. And this is a deferred call to add it as a child. So then what it does in here is it says, for every connection it has, it's going to say initialize power network on that connection. So that goes down here. It's going to say, and that's, yeah, then for I and node.connections. So this is going to be checking, again, is the power network of that Tesla coil that we're going to gets queued free again. So basically we're just resetting all of the power networks and freeing them. And then we set it here again. We say node.power network is net. We add it to our visited list. And for inode connections, if we don't have it, then we just call this again on that one's connections. So, I mean, it should, I don't know what the problem is here, I guess, right? It seems a little odd. Good, I saw the title and was wondering if you want to make one building like that didn't work. I don't know if I'm gonna do that. That basically is not just refactoring the power network, that's like refactoring everything in the game. And I just don't know how it would like work right now. I mean, Because even in Factorio, it's kind of just weird and confusing. Because it doesn't equally absorb energy. And it's not smart with it either. I don't know. It seems, like it might be a little janky. If we can think of a really good way to do it that's not confusing, then I think it would be fine. But I really haven't seen very many people do multiple power networks in the first place. So I don't think it's going to be a huge deal. Yeah, let's think about the design of that one first before we start changing everything, because I don't want to go through and mess everything up and then realize, oh wait, this doesn't actually make any sense or work, right? So. Okay. So disconnect from grid, that's gonna call that. So where does this happen? Power network changed. Set force coil check. I wonder if that's the function that's causing the problem. Okay, I do call, so I remove myself from this connections. Then here, I'm saying for every machine I'm connected to. I don't think disconnect grid is being called, but we can print in here and just make sure, because if that's the bug, is that function, then we can figure out why it's randomly running. Yeah, anyways, today I don't really want to do a massive refactoring. I just want to change things up as necessary to fix this one bug, so I just want them to be stable. It's really hard to get the bug to happen, but, you know, I don't want this to ever happen on for clients, because it could cause a crash pretty easily, I would assume. But yeah, I want to get working, like, merging a lot of the other stuff that we have. Like, I want to get the minimap colors merged. Just a bunch of these, right? So yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Don't even really still know how to replicate it. It's also weird because, like, on load, then these ones are fine. So it seems to work if I just go crazy and break things at random sometimes. Not very reliably, but occasionally. Okay, so it is definitely printing that out. Okay, so it's calling that function whenever we break it, I think. Let's see what's going on here then. So on tree exiting, we're not inside that return, as long as we're in game. If it's the server, yeah, we call disconnect from grid. So it's possible that it's this function causing problems. Let's see here. Because we say if power network and instance is valid power network. So what could be happening potentially is that I accidentally get this call to delete the new power network that was just generated, right? So that's something that could be a problem here. So what we say here is that we instantly queue free the power network, as long as it's valid and we have one. Okay. I mean, let's see. That's for ion connections. We say power network changed. That's gonna be keep freeing it anyways. Sets power coil to null. Then this one for ion connections, if it's valid. Erase ourself. Power network changed. And force building check. So this will run this, where it's going to say force coil check, and then say power network changed. So it's going to do all of that before we add in the buildings, huh? Yeah, force building check. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, it's definitely odd. I don't know. I wish I had some way to reliably replicate this issue. Right now, it's basically just randomly place coils around and hope that it crashes. I don't know. There seems to be no rhyme or reason. Maybe I just have to go crazier with it? I don't know. Okay, it just happened there. But how? And if I reconnect it, it's... Oh. Okay, we're getting it to be a little more reliable. Look at that. That's so odd. Okay, so it's happening over and over. Why, though? Maybe we can figure this out now. So I place this down. It's like, okay, generate a network. This one should have two connections. It's going to be that one and that one. So what's going to happen here is that it's going to call down in here when it disconnects from the grid. It's going to say connections erase self from both. Then it's going to say power network changed, force building check on both of those. So what's going to happen there is power network changed. Let's see. So it'll call on this one. And then this one. Okay, is that how it happens? Is that one is connected to two? So we have two over there. And then we have one connected to both. And then we break that one? No. I don't know why this specific configuration works. I mean, it might have to do with the number of coils over here, right? I don't know. So weird. I'm just trying to think, where in the code would it be going wrong? It's gonna do this. It'll free its current power network. And they both have the same ones, but it'll just call this and then say the other one will be like, oh, it's already invalid, so don't bother. So then it's going to say visit itself. It creates a new power network. A network node. And then it's just going to keep calling initialize network on all these. The only thing I can think of is there's some weird, like, feedback here. So what could potentially be happening? I don't know. This is just a theory, depending on, like, the processing order. So we have Tesla coil 1, Tesla coil 2. So both of these get the signal to, like, re-update its network, right? So I think what might be happening here is that this one sets it over here, right? It's like, okay, hey, you're my connection. Here's your new power network. So this one has this power network now that this one has. But then the problem is that this one then runs, okay, wait a minute, now it's my turn for this function call. Oh, it looks like I already have a power network. And then it deletes it, right? And so now this one over here is left with a null power network. And it's going to keep spreading that null power network across the grid. That's what I think is happening. Because I don't think it ever happens when it's one Tesla coil. Unless we can make it happen. But I think if it's just one, I don't think that bug will ever happen. I think it only happens when it's two like this. And it's very specific, because it's got to be the right, like, processing order, right? So it's very hard to get it working. Because if the other one processes last or whatever, then it doesn't matter. I don't know, it's the only thing I can think of. And I think there probably is a pretty easy check to this. Which is that when we're doing our destruction here, we don't call on every single thing. What we need to do is make sure that they aren't connected to each other, right? I think that's what we need to do. Now, the only problem, though, is I think it could also still happen. Like if Tesla coils are... Here, let's break some stuff. Just clear out the area. Come on. Okay. So Luke 1Z, thank you for the follow. So we could have a setup like this, though. And... like that, and then this one connects here. It still happens, see? It's random. Sometimes it doesn't happen, right? It's really odd. And other times it does. Like, it just doesn't want to happen now. Okay, but there it happens, see? So I think that is the problem here. It's just an issue with generating networks when multiple Tesla coils are connected to one. I don't know why this one has to connect more before it can cause the issue. It's a little weird. But when I connect a bunch up here and then I break it, it seems to mess up the network. I don't know why I have to do that, though. Like, why do I have to place more Tesla coils and then break it? That doesn't make any sense. And it's got to be while it's connected, too, which is really odd. Okay, well, maybe that's the problem here. Is it's not necessarily the double Tesla coil, but it's when... for whatever reason, if you connect up Tesla coils to one in this configuration and then break it, yeah, that seems to cause the issue. Okay, but why? Very strange. So when a Tesla coil is first placed down, what it's going to do is want to regenerate the network. So it's going to say, okay, I've been placed. It's going to call recalculate checks. It's going to check in its surrounding areas. You know, is there another Tesla coil here, right? And if there is, add it to my list of connections. And then it's going to call power network changed. So that's going to be regenerating the network each time, right? So I think the problem maybe is how the network has been generated, which is very odd. But see, it doesn't happen when this is placed down as the new node, right? It's only when I add a thing over here and cause it to regenerate from this direction, and then I break this. For some reason. It's very odd. I'm going to go ahead and print out every thing down in here, right? I just want to see, like, who is calling this and whatever. Print node. Okay, so let's place this down. Place a bunch of guys over here. Now break it. Okay, so I think what we need to do, it's just too much going on. Let's break all these. Okay. In here, before I do my destruction, I'm gonna print out what these are. So print connections. I want to make sure it's not a problem with the connections. I don't think it is, but you know, we gotta test everything at this point. So we do that, add a bunch of guys over here. Now when we break this... Okay, so these are the connections it had. And there's not like any duplicates here, right? Shouldn't be possible. The only problem is I can't really tell which one is which, because Godot is stupid. And it won't let me look at the remote view. This is so weird, though. Well, the funny thing is that that one I can replicate, but this one, for some reason, every single time, it does it. Regardless of placing down new ones, right? So it must be something caused by maybe the number of connections. Let's just try connecting up a bunch of these. Without connecting that other one. No, connection count doesn't seem to matter. Why is this one then so reliable? Gotta figure this out. It's the only thing I could think of is that we end up with like a null. I mean, what I could do is that if our thing ever becomes invalid, we just stop and see if that works, right? So over in our initialize power network function here, so we're gonna say if it's valid there. Let's just say if is instance valid net. So if it's ever invalid, the network that we're trying to set, then instantly stop. Right? Let's see if that works. Yeah, it doesn't seem to really matter. Let's go see if we can put that line anywhere else. So we've got that one. I guess just in each case here, what I'm going to do is print out what is net, right? Make sure that's all valid. So there should only really be 2 nodes in here. It generates a bunch, but... So Maddie here, welcome in. How's it going? So there's all these ones. There's a couple different ones that spawn in. I just don't know why these ones spontaneously die. Right? It's just very odd. There must be something happening though. Somehow it must be clearing it out. What are we coding? Right now we are working on these Tesla coils. These are basically just power lines that transmit power to different buildings in Starground. And there's this really weird bug that I'm trying to figure out where in some very ultra specific setups, if you break a Tesla coil connected to 2 other ones, that whole network over here becomes like broken. Like these should all be connected to each other here, but they just aren't for some reason. So that's kind of the problem I'm trying to figure out here. Now, okay, I think the way this works, this will get called. This is going to say for ion connections, and this is going to loop through its entire recursive call before the next one happens, right? So like when I break this, it's going to loop through this one. It's going to go boom, 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 and do its thing. Then that one's done. Then it's going to call it on this one and go boom, 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 boom. So I don't know why that would be a problem. Right? It doesn't make any sense. At some step in this, our network is becoming invalid. I've just got to figure that out. That's what's happening. You can see it's a freed object. So, okay. That tells us a little bit more info. By the time it gets to this add network node step, somehow our network has been... Okay, well, it's been freed multiple times. So that's fine. I just don't know. So this one's going to happen. Then it's going to go... Call on this neighbor, sure. That one's going to run. Power network changed, I believe. Yeah. So it calls power network changed. It has a current thing. So it deletes it. Now it's going to create a new one. And deferred call to add power network. So after we've ran through our code. I mean, I guess an option here is, do we need that to be deferred? Now that I'm thinking about it. Like, can't we just say... just do that down here? Now that causes it all to die. That's very interesting. So, is it something to do with the delay between doing this and then adding the node? There's no, like, delay over here. Is it just because... Yeah, it's just add child failed. Because it's so busy setting up children. Well, I guess we have to do call deferred on that. Otherwise, everything just breaks. What is causing that? Okay, anyways, back to what we were doing. So we loop through, calls this. So it's going to go to all of its connections. So it's going to go over here. Somehow that all works out and it's fine. Then it goes to its first connection over here. So it calls there. And then that one then runs initialize power network, right? So it's going to say, okay, our power network, you know, is valid, so queue free it. So that one becomes an empty network. Okay, it calls power network change on its connections. Okay, so this is not going to call that on that one. First it calls this, it creates the power network. Then it sets the power network to itself here. Yeah. Okay. So for ion connections, we're going to pass I and the power network. So this is its next connection, which is this one. And what that's going to call is this. Now, the power network on that one is still, or is going to be invalid because it was the same one, so nothing happens. We say set the power network to our network, and we add it to our visited list. And then for inode connections of that one, it's not going to go back to the other visited one because we're checking that there. So all it's going to do is just go next in line to this one, and then do that. I'm trying to figure out where the problem is, right? It's tricky. Connections. So this will run, yeah, and it finishes all of that before this stuff happens. So it runs all of that code. And this is set up so that it is recursive, but it still calls from this node. Yeah, visited itself, so it's not going to call on itself anymore. No, it's like the only thing I can think of is it's just the order in which somehow these have to be causing issues with each other, I feel like. Because I'm curious to see, like, if we break this one, instead of putting it there, what if we put it over here so that it's not connected to the other one? Then we break it. Okay, what? That still causes the problem. Okay, so it's nothing to do with competing coils, clearly. So connecting to 2 is not a part of it. I think that was tripping us up a little bit. I don't know if that really makes it much better, though. It's still incredibly confusing. Here, on each time power network change gets called, I'm actually going to print out our global position so I can tell which one is which. So if I break this one, this should only get called on 2, I think. Okay. Or it gets called on a bunch up there, but yeah. So this one happens at like 500 minus 700 or whatever. 536 minus 776. Nope. Is this one 568 minus 632. So it calls that one once, right? Over there. So it's not like it's calling it multiple times or something. Like, it's just one time. Is it just because this is queue free and so, like, there's a weird delay between setting that and the new one or something? Like, if I just call free, it's probably going to crash the game. Yeah. What if I skip ahead a bunch? Okay, it just fully closed out. That sucks. Well, obviously we can't call queue free. Or free. The problem with free is that it, like, just instantly deletes it without, like, kind of updating to the rest of the scene, to the rest of the game, that, like, hey, this thing is gone now. I hope I can still get this to happen, though, now that our game has been reloaded. We'll see. Let's try it out. Okay, good. So is it just something wrong with... There's gotta be something wrong with the code in here. There has to be. Is it with cyclic loops like this? It would be really odd if that was the case. But like, for example, this is going to go here, and then it goes to its connection here. This one's going to try and go back to here. But I don't think that can happen, or because it's like that one's already been visited. So you'll never return to a node that's already been visited. So it's not that. Is it the fact that this gets called, right, queue free, and it's calling queue free on this power network that was instantiated or something? Like, maybe what we need to do is say var new power network. It would be very odd if that was the case, but do that. And now I say initialize power network on... Oh, that could be it. Where we're calling queue free, but then we're passing... Technically, it's that same one over here, maybe? Then anyways, I guess I'll set power network to new power network down there. Just want to see what changes out of curiosity. Okay, nothing changes. It's not that. So this is probably fine. This is power network. It's just so confusing, isn't it, guys? It's such a weird problem. So it's going to call down here. This is checking if one already has a power network. So it's going to say, does this one have a power network? It used to. So queue free it, get rid of it. And then it sets its new power network to this network. I'm going to statically type this, by the way. And node is going to be a type of Tesla coil. And new network is type power network again. Just want to get all these typed just in case there's some weird thing going on here. So for coil, Tesla coil and connections. Connections should be, I can actually statically type dictionaries now. So Robin on YouTube, welcome in. How's it going? Just like that. Yeah, let's work on statically typing all these. The machines, that is going to be... I mean, it should be a list of buildable. I don't remember how machines get added, though. Let's go check that. Okay, object. It should only be buildings that are buildable, I think. Let's make sure here. We don't necessarily check, we just say if it's in power. So I'll just say no 2D on that one. Action ID, everything else is statically typed. Interesting. That's the shape cast. Okay, whatever. What else can I do here, right? It's hard. So for I connections, we're gonna say I dot connections or a self I dot power network changed. If visited does not have coil, initialize the power network, and it sends over that same power network. So let's just make sure that we don't have... I'm going to just print again in here net. Make sure none of these are invalid, being set to an invalid node. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not. They're all valid nodes. Why? This is quite puzzling. Somewhere... Like, let's say after this, let's print what power network is on the node. Just make sure. It should just be the same thing as that, but... yeah, that's what it is. I don't get it. Where else can we print to verify that this is working properly? It's probably something really stupid that, like... what is this? Cannot convert argument 1 from object to object on add network node. What do you mean? So it's going to call power network and instantiate. Why would I have an issue here? So Tufu Master, welcome in. How's it going? Power network is type of power network. Weird. Coding experience, I know. It's frustrating. I don't know. This is such a weird problem because, like, I don't know what part in the code is causing this. I don't know what else can cause this. I don't know. It's hard. I don't know why this thing is happening. Error calling deferred method. What part of that cannot convert argument 1 power network from object into object? Like, what? Maybe I just need to restart the game with that, but that's really weird. I kind of just want to print this here and say, like, bad. Because maybe what's happening is that it's one of these, the node is somehow freeing itself before it's, let's restart the game. Somehow the node might be getting freed before it gets added to the scene as a child, right? But let's see. Okay. It didn't print anything, and I think I'm still getting those errors for some reason. Oh, never mind, I guess not. Oh, that happens when I break it. But not when I place it, which is actually very interesting. Only when I break it. Let's dive through and check what's going on with that then. So when I break it, man, this is tricky. I'm going to say power network queue free, which means that the power networks on those ones will already be freed. Yo, what's up, Ryan? How's it going? Welcome in. So if power network, I don't need to say if power network, I don't think. Unless I do. No. Let's try it without that. I'm just going to say here, freeing exited network. So if I hit that, yeah, freeing exited network, it just calls it that one time. Yeah, it calls all of these ones. And I don't know what's up with that. We gotta figure that out. Let me try and look that up, I guess. Yeah, what is going on here? Okay. This parent thing is a node. Asking for a node 2D. That's not the case here, though. Add network node. So yeah, I don't know why that happens. Really odd. Unless the thing that I'm passing in there is not a power network. And in that case, that's what's happening here. Okay, I feel like that's probably what's happening then. That's why it's throwing that error, because somehow the power network I'm passing in is not a power network anymore. It's like converted into a different kind of node. But the question is how. Because that's what's got to be happening here, is that it's trying to push a node in here when it calls this, whatever, add network node deferred, power network. But somewhere, power network must have been marked for queue free. I mean, what if I just, like, comment out that line? Just had a sheer curiosity. Still causes that error. So that's not the section where it's freeing the wrong power network. Okay. But there's other places where it does it, like right here. We could comment that one out. See if that's the culprit. Oh. But it's still calling... It's still complaining about this function, though, so... I don't think that's actually the problem. I think now it's just not deleting the network it already had. So... Starground was here, or what? Let's say node.power network... Can't type. It's equal to null. Just to make sure it gets, like, freed out, so it's not... We don't have any reference to an old power network anywhere anymore, you know? Same with here. Just pass a different type of object into it, yeah. Yeah, I don't... It's so, tricky. I mean, one option is to change how this recursive stuff happens. The way it works in here, at least, is that it calls this all from this node that it's recalculating the network on. So when it does power network change, it loops through connections, but instead of actually calling initialize power network on that node, it just calls it on itself. I doubt that would be a problem, but maybe it's weird for some reason. Maybe we just call it on itself, right? Let's just try it. So we're going to say, instead of here, we're going to say coil.initialize power network. And we're also going to be passing in the visited list now, right? Okay. So now down in here, instead of saying, we don't need to pass in node anymore, because we are the node. So we say power network is that visited.merge self or coil, Tesla coil and connections. Visited does not have our connection. Go ahead and call visited on our coil. I mean, theoretically, it should work the exact same way. Let's see if it changes anything. Oh. Okay, how though? Still complaining about the cannot convert argument thing. It's still queue freeing, right? This is valid power network. So queue free, power network is null. Add that to our visited list. Are these a valid network? Like, oh. Well, I think that goes to show that it's not working. Oh, I think it said this network here is actually, orphaned. So we have to exit out of the game and restart. Okay. Yo, Cankles, welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? Okay, let's try this again. Now these ones are complaining of low power. Is that real? Or is there a weird problem with the connection? I thought these were connected to each other. Oh, I guess they used to be, but I probably broke it. Okay, it's fine. Working guide, you posted in the background? Yeah, nice, nice. How's it going for you? It's going okay. We're having some really weird issues with power network generation where Yeah, it doesn't really fix the problem still. Sometimes they'll just like some of the networks don't connect to each other for some reason. I don't know, it's been tricky. I'm trying to figure out why that's happening. But it's weird. I mean, this is still the same power network scene. Yeah. I mean, it's just a valid regular node, right? Power network. This game looks sick. Thank you very much. This is a Starground. It is a combination between an automation game and a dungeon crawler. It is out on Steam right now in early access. We're just working on updates and bug fixes and stuff right now, so... Yes, I know that the power network that we're pushing in here is valid. Yeah, I just don't know. Yeah, this bug has been a little frustrating to try and figure out. It's just odd. I don't know. Maybe it's because of where we're calling add network node. That would be odd if that was the case, but... Shouldn't matter. Deferred will just happen at the end of the frame regardless of anything. So it's not that. What is happening? I just... Where would it be freeing itself? I can't think of any case where it would do that. There's no queue freeing happening inside of the power network itself. There's nothing in there. I wish there was like a way I could... I guess like I could just check on tree exiting or something. It's not gonna work. I think what's happening is that it is setting up the node properly on all the Tesla coils. And then somehow, for whatever reason, the frame in between that and the final adding of the child. So we have this step where all the nodes are happy and they have their thing. And then there's something happening in between that and our final add to the scene function call. Something in here is the culprit, but I just don't know what. Because as far as I can tell, nothing should be happening in between there. Really. Because it calls power network change, it loops through, and it does all of that in the same frame. Initialize power network and blah, blah, blah. Right? So it's just a recursive function. As long as there's no more visited, then yeah, it just continues on and does its thing. And then once that's all done, back up here in our initial coil, okay, we're done with the for loop. Go ahead and just set the power network coils to visited.duplicate. And then it's just going to call this function, which is add network node. Deferred power network. And this is kind of a... This should be third step. Not the second step. Doesn't make any sense. This is the last thing that we call. Right, so let's just print in here. Done. Well, here, let's do that only if it's actually added a valid one. So it should do only two, I think. This one and then this one, right? But it only does one for some reason, because the other one somehow has become invalid. And that's the problem. So why is it becoming invalid? Somehow in between, the difference here is that there's... There's one process frame before it calls deferred. It finishes everything else's process frame. So the only thing I can think of is like this here is causing it or something. But it's not that. So I just don't know. What else could it be? That only calls once on that one. And it sets a new one here. It sets up a new one. It says instantiate. Sets the region and all that. The only thing I can think of is that somewhere there's another node completely unrelated to any of this that's for whatever reason causing the network to free itself. But where would that be happening and why? Let's just check anywhere in the entire project we mentioned power network. There should be a bunch of cases because it's going to be getting the generation and stuff. So power controller, if it's valid. Yeah. Action, blah, blah. This one, if it's valid. There's nowhere where we're calling something bad. It's just drawing the networks. Just loading the pack scene. And this is the same stuff we've already been through. Queue free there. I don't know. And then down here it calls queue free. Snooze the ad. And then it also calls it from disconnect from grid. But that should be okay because this is the last one that it was. I mean, we can comment that one out just in case somehow it's queuing free on the new one. But yeah, you can see it doesn't. I don't think that's the case here. And it's not going to be doing it anywhere in here. It's going to check if the power network is valid in the space elevator. Same with there. Same with all that. This is the power network node. It's mostly just reading from the power network node. That's basically it. That's it. There's no other place where I'm calling queue free on it. So the issue is that so in Starground, you generate, like, you place down these buildings, Tesla coils, and it creates a network of just, you know, they're power poles, electricity lines, right? To power your buildings and transfer electricity. So you place them down, you place another one next to it, and it connects. And now there's a process that happens here where it's like, okay, I've just connected to a friend over here. I'm going to regenerate my network, right? So I'm going to connect it up and set it up and then add a network node right in between both of these two. So that's what happens. It's pretty straightforward. But for some reason over here, so what should happen here is I place down a node, a new pole. So it's all good. It's all one connected network, right? You can see if I, like, place down a treadmill and start generating some energy, they're all just connected to the same network, right? Normal, fine, everything's working. But if I break this power pole, what that basically causes is that these two networks now should disconnect and become two separate networks, right? So this one is its own network, and this one is its own network, this little one over here. But for some reason, when I break this, I better break this before. Boom, this one's fine. It's still its own network. But for some reason, this one, none of these are connected to each other. And so when I, like, place down a building or something down here, you'll see it's just, like, broken. It doesn't work because there's no power network node. So in the process of this all happening, the way it works is that Whenever a node is placed or destroyed, it basically sends a signal to its connections and says, hey, I now exist or don't exist, so you need to update your network, right? So like this is our setup. We have our poles over here, we have one in between, and then the little one over here. And these are all connected like this, right? And these ones are all like in a line. So this one, I break it as a player. It's gone. So now it's like, okay, get rid of these connections between these three. And so that all gets completely cleared out. And now what needs to happen is that these are all technically the same network, like the same resource, because they used to be connected to each other. And so this one is still connected to this one. So what I do basically is I say, okay, delete all of the network stuff. Just reset to just individual poles, right? And then I'm gonna, on the two nodes that were connected, I'm gonna initiate a new, like, network creation process. So this one, and this one. So what it does is it calls this function in here. This is called network changed. Up in here. And it's exactly what happens when the power network has changed. So it says, okay, if we have that previously existing power network, go ahead and delete it. Then we create a list of nodes we visited. We create a new power network node right here. We instantiate a new one. And then we're going to go visit our connections. So we go to our first connection here, this guy. We say, okay, I see you. You don't have a network. I'm going to connect to you. Boom. Now it forms a connection between the two, right? And it just keeps recursively going through all of that. So this one then connects to its connection stuff. So it's like, okay, let me connect to you over here, right? Boom, that one's connected. Then this one connects to this one. And then once this one gets the last one, it just stops the loop. You'd think that would work. But somehow, in between that step and the... So what this does is it creates this one node that kind of controls all these connections and power coils. This has to be added into the scene, right? So then one deferred frame later, it says, okay, add this node. But for some reason, when we're getting to that step, this node now doesn't exist anymore. It's gotten freed somehow. So there's a frame, one frame in here, right, in between these two steps, that is causing this node to go away. So we got to figure that out. Oh, so now we're gonna break poles. I mean, it's not that bad. Because there's a lot of cases where you have to completely regenerate the network, right? Because if you have like really crazy dense, like if you have like some over here and some here, whatever, and then you have a node in the center that connects to all these, kind of like this, you're gonna have to create 3 new networks. You know, it's not just a simple case of like, whatever. Because when you break all these, well, these all still have the same references to that one network that's still shared between them. So then you go ahead and clear those out. And now on each one that the connection was broken with, you need to regenerate the network. It's fine in cases where, if Starground was a game where you could only ever connect Tesla coils in a line, then yeah, it would be easier. But the fact of the matter is that you can have many networks, potential new networks, connected to the same power pole like this, right? And so you have to be able to regenerate a new network for each separate network that's been created. I mean, it's not that complicated in theory. It's just, for some reason, this, I don't know where this node is getting freed. Unless it's just like a different node. It's the only thing I can think of. Because when I go in here, add network node, it's going to be new network. Somehow, it's just dead. You can see an output here. Boom. Okay, well, it doesn't even seem to be calling. Prints the one, but not the other one. Weird. Can we do not the most optimized solution? Have to do something like Victoria's subnetworks. I don't know. I think it's fine. I mean, it's the thing is with the power network is it's not something that you're like the only time that it's bad for performance is the exact moment that you place or break a Tesla coil. So it's not really that bad for performance. I mean, of course, if you have a ridiculously insane massive power network, there can be a very minor stutter, but I don't know. It seems to work fine though. Except for this garbage where it doesn't work for some reason. Still have to figure that out. So it's so weird. It's like somehow in the call deferred here, when you're sending in the power network, it's like it loses itself. I don't know what the deal is with that though. I could just call process frame and then just straight up say wait, add network node that. It's not happy. Yeah, because it says it's freed. I have to do deferred because with Godot, if I don't do deferred, it like complains. It's like, hey, they're still setting up objects. You have to call deferred. You know, in the errors. Invalid type and function add network node. The object-derived class of argument 1, previously freed, is not a subclass of the expected argument class. So it's just that the node has been freed by that point. But again, why? Why does it become null and become freed? The only thing I can think of is this queue free up here. Right? That's it. I don't know what else would cause that. But it's not that for some reason. That doesn't have any impact on it. It is null. Well, nodes are not instantly set to null when you're freeing them, right? So if it gets freed on this frame, it's going to say that it's previously freed instance instead of just null, right? There's a difference between a valid instance and a null instance. So now I wonder, does this work for a normal connection, right? Like if I just pop a guy there, yeah, it's fine. So it's not necessarily the problem with waiting or having a deferred or process frame. It's just something is freeing it, and I don't know what. Man. Something here is the culprit. It has to be. We instantiate, loop through here. One of these things in here has to be the problem, I guess. Set this to be new power network just in case. In case there's something really weird that happens. I don't know why that would happen, but you never know. So that's gonna pass in new power network. Oh, right. Okay. That can just be set down there. I mean, am I crazy? Like, what's the problem with this code? I don't think there is any. Oh, God. Because all this is going to do, it's not going to be calling queue-free on its current power network, right? Because it's going to say if it's a valid network here, power network, then free it. I don't think setting it to null really does anything, honestly. New network. Power network is network. I just don't know. I don't see any way it could get freed. I mean, am I crazy? And this one is just going to be freeing its old network. Which I guess would mean in here we don't have to free this one again. I think. Since it happens down here. Because this will call... It's going to queue free its network. Just looking at it a little, can't see anything, yeah. And whatever is connected was connected to this one, that's the one. Ah, but that doesn't work. No, it doesn't. Because there can be cases where you do need to call this. I mean, we can test this. It connects, but then as soon as we break this... It's still happening, though, so that's not even really the problem. It's not really that line of code. I mean, is this some weird, like, Godot thing or something? I don't like to ever blame Godot, because most of the time it isn't, right? But I don't know what else could... why this would be behaving this way. Unless there's just something I'm not understanding about how queue-free works. Which I don't think there is, but I don't know. So it's not even that one either. So none of the queue-frees we're doing inside of Tesla Coil is the culprit. Right? And there's nothing inside of here that's queue-free or free or anything inside of the power network itself. There just isn't. So, how? Why? I hate stupid bugs like this because it's just so, like, obscure. I mean, I did check the entire power network, or, like, all references to power network. I can check all references to Tesla Coil also. Or Power Coil, that's really the real one. But I don't I don't see why I would have ever have done that in the past, of purposely deleting a, you know, a power network. It doesn't make any sense. That's just all that stuff. Instance valid power coil. That's checking like all the power stuff. Exactly what you would expect. That's just the default value for power coil. There's nowhere. There's literally nowhere where this happens. So how is it happening? I don't know. This is a very frustrating bug. Let's reload the project, just in case. You never know. There is queued for deletion. Yeah, I want to see. I need to put some more code in here and see if we can somehow reveal what is freeing it, right? So let's go into the power network. On notification, if notification is equal to re-delete, then print. I don't know what we would do, but it doesn't really return any info, the pre-delete notification. So I guess I'll just print self. I mean, it's not going to do anything. Okay, can I call, let's see. I think there's a function to print out the stack trace. Get stack. Yeah, representing the current call stack. So it's gonna like do this. Well, let's do that then. So that I can see what is the call stack on the deletion of this object, right? There's probably going to be a lot in there that are just normally being deleted, though. We'll try it. It's still happening, right? Yeah, that's nothing. Okay, was there any info in here? There's nothing. Ah, so frustrating. It's just power network, function notification. So there's no info on what is deleting this. I can also have function tree exiting. Like exit tree and print the stack there. See if that reveals anything new. I doubt it. Still the same thing. There's nothing printing in the stack. It's like it's just spontaneously deleting itself. It's so weird. There is, interesting enough. I mean, this would cause problems, but we can do cancel free. It's gonna break everything, though. Invalid access. Property or key machines. On a base object of type previously freed? So it's running code on itself even though it's freed? So cancel free did not work. Because it's still marked as being freed, so it doesn't even matter. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss. I feel like I've checked everywhere where it could have potentially been freed. And I've even, like, deleted all of the queue frees. So it doesn't seem to matter. Like, we comment that queue free out. We comment that queue free out. And then also this one down here. The problem is doing that is going to cause a million different orphaned power networks, which is really bad. Because then nothing even happens. I mean, it just doesn't work at that point. And it's still complaining in some cases, somehow, that power network is freed. Which just doesn't make any sense. Am I crazy? Am I missing something super obvious right now? Okay, so the problem here is that I can't access machines on the Tesla coil. Okay. So it's saying that the Tesla coil was previously freed. Which, I mean, yeah. Because I broke the Tesla coil, the network still exists. Which is a major problem. That's why I have functions to get rid of it. Might help. Note that the node will only be freed after all other deferred calls are finished. Yeah, well, like, it shouldn't... I'm not calling queue freed on the new node, I'm calling deferred on, though, right? And that's the thing that's so confusing. Unless it's just because... No. Doesn't make any sense. Because I'm just calling that function, add network node, on myself. And this Tesla coil will remain. It's not like the Tesla coil's going away. Unless I just need to wait longer. Everything's gonna be broken now, though. I gotta relaunch the game. The only thing I can think of is that, like, that initial queue free I'm doing to get rid of the old power network is causing issues. I would just call free and just instantly get rid of it, but then that kind of defeats the whole purpose. I might as well just not even do that then. So... back to here. Just complains. Previously freed. Power network. I mean, I can add breakpoints in here, but it's not really gonna, like... I don't know what that would tell me, you know? Like, okay, await. New power network is still valid. And then it's still valid there. I accidentally placed another one now. Then I break it. New power network. Valid. 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 It's all valid. But on this one, for some reason, new power network is null. But there's just like... I have no idea how I'm supposed to figure out why it's null, right? Let's print when you print a power network. I can do it. Let's get rid of the breakpoints because it's just not really telling me. So I can print power network here before, and then I can also print it after. Just to see, right? So that printed just regular power network. I break it. So here, let me get rid of, there's another print statement in here on this one. Let me get rid of that so it's not confusing. Still printing stuff. What do I have print in here? Just those two. Okay, I guess it's just calling those functions. It's fine. Okay, clear out all that. Let's go back up to our funny test. So I place it, nothing happens. Before and after, normal. Now I break it. So these are all the other networks. But this one down here you can see. There's that one. Done, done, done. It's calling out on all the previous ones. But this one I think is the last one in the chain, so it calls it's valid. Frame happens, not valid. It's a freed object, right? This is the only thing I can think of, is that it's this. Is it the fact that I'm calling Q free on this variable, power network? And since I'm setting it to the same variable here, is it calling Q free on power network, the new one? Just don't call add network if it's freed. But then it's like, what's the point? I mean, I can do that. I can say, okay, if it's valid, then call that. But it's gonna be broken though. I mean, let's try it. The one that's, well, the one I break is gone, so it's not that one. It's an issue with the, I guess the next one in line, which would be this one here, the one that it was connected to. So you can see, yeah, sure it works, but it still doesn't generate a power network, so it, like, it doesn't really solve the problem. It's gotta be this, the fact that I'm calling Q free on power network. And then I set power network to a different reference. And then maybe it just like calls Q free on the new power network I've set. It's the only thing I can think of. So I could just completely not reference that again until like over here. And then I say power network is equal to new power network. But then there's a frame where we don't have a power network, which is obviously bad. So how would I like get rid of this node and stop it from queuing free? Try to duplicate the new power network? But, like, what do I duplicate it from? Because I just have power network seen. I'm instantiating a new node. I don't know how I would duplicate it. Because it's not something that can really be, like... I just need some way of, like, pulling out this variable out of power network or something. Oh, you're saying down here I set it to a duplicate? I mean, we could. But it's still the... I think what I need to do... This seems stupid, but it might be our move. We're back. I hate how OBS keeps doing that all the time. I don't know why that happens. It's not that my internet is slow. I have a gigabit. And it's not that like my internet disconnected. I don't think so. Like I still have internet. I've had no issues. Some regular old stable. The only thing I could think of is that it's something wrong with Restream's streaming servers. Not necessarily OBS, just Restream's fault. Maybe. Because I can go into like my event viewer and just make sure there wasn't some system notification that's like, hey, your internet disconnected randomly. Let me go see. Whoa, thank you for the hydrate. Anyway, sorry about the network death, guys. I don't know why that happens all the time. But we're back. And welcome in, Adagon. Okay, there are some things in here, but this is from an hour ago, so I know it's not those. Where else would it have been in forwarded events? Those are disabled. Application events. There's nothing that happened here. There was an Edge update. It said service stopped, basically right at the moment it happened. Why do I even have Edge? But that's it. Hardware events? Nothing. Well, that's basically it then. Wouldn't that be crazy if it was because of Edge? Like, I don't even want Edge. Can I uninstall Edge? Here, let's just go into my services and disable Edge Updater or whatever. Because I don't want that. Let's see. Edge. Update. No matches. Okay. Where would it be at? ED. There's no Edge updater. This how's making Edge more and more baked in. I know, it's annoying. I wish I had the freedom to choose what programs I do and don't want. At least you can still uninstall OneDrive. How do I get rid of it? I know. How do I disable it? So basically there's nothing I can do. Well, I don't know. I don't know if that was actually Edge's fault. I'd have to go check the exact moment in time it happened. All it said is just service stopped. I don't know, man. Could be something wrong with my like Ethernet adapter, I guess. But I also have Wi-Fi configured. So I don't know anymore. Okay, anyways, I have an idea on how to solve this issue. Now, it seems a little crazy, okay? But it might just work, all right? So we're gonna have a variable called old network, okay? So we're gonna go down here. And so we never call queue_free on power network. So let's see. Up in here, initialize power network. We're not going to do this. We're going to say if it's valid power network, we say old network is power network. And then we say old network.free. And we say power network is equal to null. I know that seems ridiculous and stupid, but let's try it. And let's just make this into a function at this point. Just call it function delete old network. And we'll pass in our network. So as long as it's valid, They say set it to the old network, power network becomes null, and then we queue free on old network. Okay. So let's go around to all those cases where we do that. Where I was referencing the same thing when you sign it with equals. Well, I don't know. I just want to see if calling queue free on the variable, because maybe what's happening here is that you'd think it would make sense where you're saying power network is just a reference to the power network, so it's just calling, it's sending queue free function call onto that node. You'd think. But I don't know. I'm just kind of at a loss right now, and I need to figure out maybe calling queue free on that and then immediately setting it down here to the new power network is the problem. Because it's somehow calling queue free on that node because it's like assigned to that variable now. I have no idea. I just want to try this, see if it works. And if it does, that's great. But otherwise, we'll see. Oops. So that should be all the cases. We do it there. We do it there. And then we do it up there. Let's just see what happens. Okay. Might have to relaunch the game since I created a new variable. All right. That's how I feel right now, guys. Okay, so it's not happy. Invalid access to property or machines on a base object of null. Let's just skip for a minute. Is it still throwing that error about the whole... What is all this? Why thread can't call this function? Oh, is that the problem? Is whenever I call this, it has to be deferred. That doesn't make any sense, but maybe. I don't know anymore. I really don't. But that would cause a bunch of problems, I presume, because then it's not going to actually set it to null. So I can't imagine this will work. No, this is stupid. Why would I call deferred on that? This is going to break everything. What am I to do? What else can I do about this? I just don't know. I mean, any ideas at all? I'm willing to try basically anything. So, power network is null here. I don't even know how. So it's running check new building on Tesla coil. And I guess it's just that it doesn't have a power network assigned yet. Let's just say if power network. Relaunch the game. I'm almost tempted to just do a completely, like, a whole rework of how this works. I really don't want to, but... Okay, and check new building. Again, it's the same thing. Let's just do this. Well, actually, I shouldn't do that, because that's going to cause issues. I should just check each thing individually. What now? Oh. I love when copy and paste like doesn't copy and paste. It's really cool. It's so cool. When it copies like one word and not the whole phrase that I selected. Super cool, guys. This probably isn't gonna work. Let's give it one last try. So here we are. I mean, the buildings seem to be connected normally. Like this guy's connected to this guy, or one of these. He has power. So there is a valid network created. Let's go try it up here. It's just even worse now. When I place down a node, it sets all of it to null now. No. Don't know what else to do. I'm just thinking here. Thank you for the spin. What if we don't add these networks to the scene at all? Now, we'll break our drawing of the lines completely, which does really suck. I kind of want to try it, though. Let's just do this. Because then I don't have to worry about adding it as a child at all. Definitely comes with a ton of problems, though. See here. Okay, now it's still complaining. Even though it should be the same code, theoretically. That sucks. Why does that happen? This is all we had in here before. It's just this. Same with down here. And same with here. Weird. What else did I change? Oh, I'm not actually setting the power network. Ah, I'm such a fool. Okay, let's undo everything we did. Maybe that's the reason this is not working. Because now we don't have to do new power network. We would just say... God, I'm burning up. Alexa, fan on. Can try that. Maybe it does work. And ping cord has been down. Like, I keep getting... I tried to go into ping cord, but it's just dead. So, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. I'm getting a little fed up with ping cord. It's nice to have it automatically ping people for stuff, but also at the same time, it never works. And then sometimes it, like, pings people randomly after the stream is over, and I'm like, what the heck? So, I don't know. Maybe I'll just get rid of it. So, yeah, I mean, it just seems like it's the exact same situation as before. I'm crazy. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I've lost it. Well, I don't know, guys. I just don't know. It sucks because it's like, this is a really bad problem I need to fix because it causes bad issues. But I just can't, I don't know, it just doesn't work. I cannot add it as a child, but that doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't do anything, because the issue is not me adding it as a child. The issue is that it's getting freed. And that kind of has nothing to do with whether it's being added to the scene or not. Man. I just wish I knew what was going on. It's puzzling me right now, right? I'm like, why? I'm gonna see if I can just keep simplifying this network a little bit more, right? See if we can actually end up breaking it. It's like, it's still valid. I'm gonna save this just in case I mess it up fully. Broken coil. So let's just keep going. Still broken. I just want to figure out what is the minimum situation here in which this still happens, right? Like, does it still happen there? No. So what was the Tesla coil I broke to cause it to not happen anymore? Okay, that guy right there, for some reason, is the culprit. Is it only when this one is connected to 3, like that? No. So it has to be connected to at least 4? Okay, if it's connected to at least 4 other nodes, that's when it starts happening. But why? Let's clear out this area so we can, like, really test this. And does this happen anywhere now? Am I able to replicate this? So let's just make sure. I have 4 Tesla coils, 1 connected, and 1 down there. Just break all those. Does this happen? No. Oh, it does. It does happen. But only sometimes. Okay, it does. It does happen. So I'm able to replicate it. At least we figured out a reliable way to cause it to happen. Means I could just clear out this entire... Let's go ahead and try this on a brand new world as well. See if I can get it to happen there too. Just go full... no water level. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Go down there. Have another one connected. Like that. And a triangle. Still happens even in a brand new world. So it's not anything specific to that world or anything like that. Now, if I just break one of these, does it... Okay, it does happen with 3 also. Let's keep eliminating as many as possible. What about 2? See, it's so weird. It doesn't happen with 2. Right? Yeah. So, it has to be at least 3 nodes for some reason. That is just the weirdest thing, man. So this behavior down here changes depending upon what's happening up here. I have no idea why. I mean, it's not like some weird broken network. Like, this is just a full valid network. And then when I break that, it'll dies. It's not like these two are connected with each other. If I go into God mode, whatever. Or I can't do God mode, but just disable my zoom on it. Oops, forgot to toggle now. Like, these ones are clearly not the same network. These are old normal and connected up. It's just that these ones are just separate. For whatever reason. Why? I mean, are they calling disconnect from grid in here and recalculate checks? Where does recalculate checks even happen? So it's only inside of the ready event. That's literally it. Or whenever underwater has changed. That would be insane if that was the culprit. But let's comment it out and see. We're gonna have to reload. Wouldn't that be so stupid? Let's try it. Nope. It's not that signal. Me slamming my head because I've lost it. Okay, I'll go through it again. So the very first step, let's say like the initial generation is no problem. When I first place it down, it's fine. So it's not that. It's only when I am breaking it. So when I break a Tesla coil, it's going to call tree exiting. It's going to say as long as we're in game, as long as it's a server, disconnect from grid. Right? That's it. So that one coil that I just broke, I mean, unless it's like There's no way that that's the case, but if I did that, get rid of in-game. Yeah, no. Because that would break everything in the game. So it's going to call this disconnect from grid. And that's being called from this Tesla coil here, the one in the center, right? So it's going to call delete old network. That's going to say, okay, the old network that was connected to all these, go ahead and queue free it. That's it. Then in machines, it's going to reset their current power coil, so it like kind of reconnects the machines to the new networks. And blah, blah, sets visibility of them for the warning icons. Now for connections. So these are other Tesla coils, right? So I can just statically type this so there's no confusion here. So as long as the coil is valid, which they all are, we're going to say connections.erase of the other coil. So these, right, this one has a connection to this one. It's basically saying, don't connect to me anymore, right? It's saying, it's going through and saying, oh, do you have my connection? Get rid of it, right? That's all it's doing. Dot erase self. Yeah. I mean, I can see what happens if I like get rid of that, but what's going to happen is it's going to scream and crash. Yeah. Because now all of a sudden it has a reference, or it's trying to connect to a node that doesn't exist anymore. So I'm not surprised. And that breaks everything. Yeah, see, everything is screwed up now. Because it's still got a reference to a null node. Okay, anyways, you get the... Hold on, let me reload the game now, because I broke everything. But you see what I mean with that. So that's not the culprit. We have to get rid of that connection, otherwise we have an invalid reference. Okay, anyways, back down here. So the next thing that happens in disconnect from grid is it's going to call this function on all of its connections. So in this case, this one has it's going to have 4 connections. So we can go into, let's do this and see if we can try and click on this Tesla coil. Yeah, Tesla coil, here we are. Okay, it didn't actually click on it though. Okay. How come it won't let me click on it? Ah, God dang it, I'm still clicking on a... Am I not selecting it? Like, what's going on here? Awesome, I just broke it by accident. Okay, I can't click on the Tesla coil for some reason. We can try and go in here, but we're gonna have to wait 5,000 years. Okay, so I just want to look at the list that it has here of its connections, right? Click in the inspector one of these years. Still showing me the other thing. That's not what I'm clicking on here. Oh my god. Come on. Just let me click on the Tesla coil, Godot. Okay. I can't click on it for some reason. It just doesn't let me. So that's super cool. Whatever. Why is remote view so obscenely slow in Godot? It used to be doable where it was just really laggy, but now there's just enormous lag spike and I can't do anything now. Well, whatever. I guess I'm not allowed to look at the node, so that's super cool. Because Godot doesn't want me to for some reason. I literally can't select it. Even if I do the list thing. I just wanted to see what the connections were in this node, but whatever. I can click on the main sprite of it. I mean, I can click on Tesla coil, but it doesn't show me anything. Whatever. Okay, anyways, continuing on. This has a list of connections. It should theoretically just be these 3 and this one here. Right, those are the ones inside of its radius. And you can see that reflected in the lines it's drawing too, right? I mean... So anyways, it draws a line between these 3 and that one. So it's going to loop through all of its connections. And it's going to say power network changed. It'll only do that before it removes all the connections here, right? So... This is something I'm now just thinking about, though. I really don't know if this is going to do anything, but I'm kind of curious. Maybe the issue is that we're not deleting all of the connections first before we're saying update your networks. Can try it. Oh my god. Is that why? Okay. So I think we fixed it. I know I said I wasn't going to spend 2 hours on this bug, but it has been 2 hours, so it's too late. Is that seriously the problem? Is that why it only happened when you have more than 3? Let's think about why that happened. So if I don't remove all the connections first, I think what happens is this. It goes here, and then it's like, oh, well, this guy, and then, oh wait, this guy has a connection back to this guy. And so it goes down into this network. I think that's what's causing it, what used to cause it. What a stubborn little bug. Well, I don't need to explain the rest anymore. I think we're good. I always hate bugs like that make me feel so stupid. It's fine. Yeah, it does help. I mean, I kept trying to walk through the situation and like try and spot something. I guess I just didn't think it would be that. I mean, I still don't know like why that causes the crash, right? I just know that it's has the potential for weirdness, so that's why I noticed it. But yeah, I still have no idea why that fixed it, but whatever. It's fine, I guess. Okay. Anyways, we're good. I think it's fixed. So frustrating. Wish I could go back and tell myself 2 hours ago that that was the problem. But it's fine. Well, let's go ahead and get rid of all this garbage now. And we can optimize everything. So yeah, this call's deferred. It should be fine. And we don't need to check that anymore. Now, not calling deferred will not work, but that's fine. I mean, this will still happen. I think it'll still be seamless for the other nodes. It'll just happen at the end of the process frame. And I think I have Tesla coils if I am not mistaken. I could set their processing priority to be... No, it doesn't actually matter. It should be okay. I think this will be fine. Okay, was there anything else that we can simplify in here now, right? Visited will be a dictionary filled with Tesla coil. I could try and optimize some things since we're diving into this code anyways. We could say var shape cast is equal to that node. And say it's a shape cast 2D. Also, I don't know why we say that. We should say main sprite. Should help keep more of this statically typed. I don't know why that one's not. It's probably because is underwater's not? No, it is. I don't know why. Sometimes there's things like that that's really hard to tell, like, actually why things are not typed. But it's fine. Okay, that's a little better. We can say for machine in machines. It looks like we are actually calling those, so machine has to be a type of buildable. Which means this is actually just a buildable. There's never going to be a machine that isn't buildable, so. All right, ads are over. Sorry about that, everybody. And OBJ here again should be buildable. Power coil here should be Tesla coil. This is going to complain about a few things. I do actually called get node on that, which is kind of wild. I might replace that. We'll see. Okay, this also is just saying object, but there's no... Yeah, shape cast, I get collider. Okay. Shape cast. It's all fine. Doing all this won't really make a very big difference for performance, but there's no reason not to, so I might as well. Let's go ahead and sort these variables now. Okay. All right. Oh, what's happening here? Invalid type and function initialize power network. Dictionary argument, one dictionary is on the same element type. So because visited is not typed is the right thing. It's fine. I can just do. That. And then back down in here wherever I mentioned visited. Self as coil should be fine. Then that should be Tesla coil. Yeah. Okay. Also, I'm realizing this is going to be a different... I need to change the name of this variable. All visited or something, I don't know. Because otherwise it's going to be... There's a potential for confusion between whether it's at the actual visited node or a different one, right? And also, if I'm doing that, do I need the other visited node, actually, now that I think about it? Do I need this to be something that's... No. I can just say var visited. There's no reason to have this instantiated first. Okay. Now back down here, this can go back to just regular visited. And there's nowhere else in here where I reference visited. Yeah, so we don't even need that one. Alright, anyways. I like to be able to, you know, remove stuff. Yes, we did figure it out. It was so stupid. So basically the problem was that I just kept like continuing to simplify and simplify the setup that can replicate it, and I started to realize that, like, okay, I was going through it and kind of talking to Zafencer about it, and I think it started to click in my head a little bit of what was going on. So you have 3 Tesla coils like this, Tesla coil here, and then your other network over here. So this one deletes, and then what happens here though is that the order in which this stuff happens. So this has its connections. I realized the connections go one by one. So what was happening is that this connection deletes, and then it calls the stuff on this node. So it's like, oh, okay. Oh, you have a connection here? Oh, okay. And then it generates a network like this. And so obviously that's problematic because it shouldn't be connecting to this node that it will now delete itself in the next frame, right? That's the problem. So it was a pretty easy fix. Before I do that step of telling this node to reconnect and regenerate, right? I first instead make sure all of the connections are gone. Then I say regenerate and mark myself as being invalid. So then it's just like, okay, boom, boom, done over there. Then this one's like, boom, 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 we're good. So that was the problem. It's so stupid, but whatever. It does allow us some very epic things for performance. I'll go over what that's all about. Also, this is just a static body, apparently, and not a... Interesting. Yeah, it's so frustrating. That's just how game development goes sometimes. Programming it's always stupid. Always a stupid problem. The hard part is just trying to figure out, like, you know, what is the problem? Okay, why is this complaining? What node would this be getting? That's not a, because isn't this just going to be checking? Oh, it also checks 1. Or no, that's the different one. The Shapecast only checks 3. I guess it could also be an interactable node, which means it's not actually a buildable node. So I could get rid of that. Oh yeah, because there's also like resource nodes and stuff. So we'll just say object is type breakable. Okay. That should be okay. Yeah, the only problem is machines might complain here. Well, we'll just get that and then say if instance or if object is not buildable, continue. So thank you for the follow, Eventless Gaming. I appreciate it. Okay, so that should fix that problem. Let's try it again. Nothing else on collision layer 3 should be anything other than breakable or interactable, you know? I think. Actually, that's not true. There's cases where it's not breakable. We don't have to type that. Just whatever it is fine, and then we check is it not buildable, then don't do it. Sometimes typing is kind of a crutch in a way for cases like that where it's like there's multiple types of things that you could be getting from that, so it doesn't really make sense to type it. I mean, you could type it to some super high up thing and then it doesn't really matter, but why even bother typing at all then? So let's make sure this works. Seems good to me. Just feels so stupid because that bug of the coils, man. I hate it. I mean, I'm obviously glad we found the bug, because it's probably something that's been in the game ever since ever. But it's just so stupid. I don't know why I didn't notice that, you know? It's just frustrating. All right. Maybe later down the line, we can work on doing Fencer multiple buildings per connection. But I don't know. It's definitely like only if we really come up with a very excellent way to do it. Because I remember when like we were talking about it and stuff, it's like, honestly, I don't think the extra added performance head and everything is gonna be kind of bad. Yeah, and like we're saying, there's way more other things that actually matter that I would prefer to work on first. So I'm definitely not gonna treat that as a very high priority thing. It's kind of just, if randomly one day we accidentally come up with a really good way to do it, then sure, why not? But otherwise, I think we can just not worry about it. But I just don't think it really happens very often in normal gameplay. I know that one person had it happen, but I've never seen anybody else have issues with it. Because most of the time when you play any kind of automation game, at least me, I am just creating one big grid. Everything's connected to the same grid. Because honestly, I just don't know what the benefit of doing separate grids would even really be. I mean, maybe there's technically you could have some power reliability of like one area of your power plant is fully powered always, or you know, whatever, just to keep certain critical systems running. But I don't know. The grids are far apart, so you'll not get two grids touching. Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing too, is like even if you have that setup, it totally works fine by itself. Odds are you're not going to have a building in between in that specific setup where you have a grid over here and you have one building here between this Tesla coil and another like that. It just doesn't really happen very often. You would have to purposely do that, I feel like, for it to actually be a real problem. So yeah, I think it's just kind of something that doesn't really matter very much. If it was something we got more bug reports about, or like more than just that one, then maybe, but I haven't seen anybody else ever run into it, so I think it's probably okay. All right. Anyways, we've done it. Should be able to go to other planets and stuff. The power grid stuff should generate properly. Yeah, we're looking good there. Everything here is good. I think we're good. And hopefully statically typing everything, kind of simplifying a lot of the code, has made these better. Now that I know for certain that the power network will never go away, like a building will always have a reference to a power network if it has a reference to a coil, that allows us for lots of optimization. So we can go into like any of these buildings in here. If we just search for, is instance valid power network or whatever, power coil.power network. All of these cases in here, we don't have to do this anymore. And that's going to be a really nice, just general performance improvement to the entire game. So yeah, we can start working on that. We still have to check if the power coil itself is valid, but we don't have to check if the power coil and power network of the coil is valid anymore. So I'll put that on GitHub as something that we can just kind of work on. So got a question for you. If your viewers were a bunch of inputs and you were an input interpreter, how would you interpret the inputs? So that if two different specific viewers joined one after the other, you would start an animation where you smile. Nice game, by the way. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. So each viewer, are you like basically getting a signal for whenever somebody has entered? But you're saying for when two specific viewers joined one after the other? I mean, it would be pretty straightforward, I imagine. You would just kind of have like a list. You would have a variable like last joined viewer. And whenever you have a function for viewer joined or whatever, right? Like this, with the new viewer that is joined. And then you're just gonna check if last joined viewer is the viewer that you want, you know, that you're checking for. Viewer 1. Then you can just say play animation, and then at the end say last joined viewer is equal to viewer. So all you have to do is just keep track of who was the last person that joined, compare the new one that joined against the last one, and that's it. Why? Hi guys. I don't know what's causing that. I need to probably change my restream server and see if that's the problem. Because there's nothing in event viewer. I know it's not like, I don't know anymore. All right. Anyways, sorry about the stream constantly dying. I don't know what's going on. There's been some weird things today I've noticed just in general with everything I've been trying to access. Like I tried to go, like trying to load up Twitch. It was like super slow. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's just like there's some Cloudflare issues today or something. It could be that. Because that's also, I mean, this isn't Cloudflare in this case, but it's odd. I've been getting a lot of internet problems today. Not even really stream specific or anything. Okay, but anyways, yeah, that's probably how I do it. Should be relatively straightforward. But yeah. Also, yes, events are added. I added a little mini map generation of the connected power coils, so it's pretty nice. It was really easy to do, honestly. I was kind of surprised how fast it went. But I already had kind of an array keeping track of all the points that I draw the connection lines between for multiplayer. So all it really was just kind of looping through the different networks and just reading that data and just drawing it on the minimap. So it was really easy. I haven't actually tested that with multiplayer, so we can go ahead and do that right now just to make sure. But let's see. But I don't see why it wouldn't work. The way it works is that the power network node will just synchronize the draw points with the client, and then they just draw it. So, go ahead and test this. Let's go into this save. Hopefully it works. I did get rid of some RPCs and stuff. I don't see why it wouldn't work, though. Okay, this is not happy. Here, give me 1 second, everybody. Okay, I'm back. So for some reason this did not get the node. I don't know why. It says object is set to null. I thought I had a check in here in super that was like, if the player is not valid, then go ahead and, you know, free yourself. Whatever, I'll just run the check again. It's not really that big of a deal. Yeah, because I said if visible, and then in here I say visible is false. Oh, I guess it's just because the object wasn't valid at all, so I need to say visible false there. Oh, did I already fix that bug, I think, on another branch? I think I did. It's just not on this branch, so we'll fix that. All right, anyways, let's actually try this for real. But yeah, all the drawing took was just putting another layer, like just a node, a control node on top of the other control node, and that was basically it. It's pretty easy. Okay. Okay, so it drew all of these. For some reason, it hasn't drawn the Tesla coils, though, on the minimap. Which is odd. I wonder why it hasn't. Let's go dive into the code and figure out why. Also, that bug with the million guys spawning in, I think, is still happening. It's not a big deal. I've already fixed it. So minimap. I thought I said, or yeah, it's actually inside of player here. Go into player scene. Oh, it's probably because of the region ID is not being synchronized. That's my guess. Let's go ahead and go back into our power network node. And on synchronizer, I'm going to go into here. Ready that. Region ID, I'm going to sync on multiplayer. So it's going to be a string. I'm going to say at export. Gotta save it first. Okay, region ID never, because I only need to do it once. Same with drop points. And let's try that again. And then I think we're finally good to merge these changes. I know it's not just minimap colors now, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. There might be a little bit of weird conflicting now with the minimap icon script, but we'll figure that out. It's fine. Okay, let's try this again. I am glad I changed the searching and saves to be fuzzy searching. It's so annoying how it used to not be that, so it's like searching was kind of useless. There we go, check it out. So yeah, the problem was that it just wasn't syncing the region, so it didn't know what region this network was in, so it just kind of gave up. This seems to be working pretty well, so if I break a thing, yeah, it updates pretty instantly. Including also just the lines, like instant. I mean, of course, I'm on server, so yeah. That's pretty good. The only other thing I'd like to do here is actually optimize this drawing a little bit, though. And I think it's really easy to do. The way that it's set up right now is a little inefficient. If I go into the player scene, down into here. I was just kind of just slapped it on so we could test it. But I'm queuing the redraw every single frame, which it shouldn't really matter most of the time, but that's not, you know, optimal. So what I'm going to do instead of that is only queue redraw whenever a network is actually changed. So we're just going to do this. Let's see here. We're going to do a couple things. So up here on global.region changed, we're going to connect to queue redraw. Get rid of that. And also on global.power network changed, connect to queue redraw. Then we're going to go emit that signal whenever a node in the power network has been created. So that's going to cause this to loop through all the networks again. Get the factor and draw color. And then we're going to say if the region is equal to our current region. We're going to loop through the points. And actually, if we've hit one that is our thing, then we can just say break, because there's no need to continue looping through them. So yeah. Get the location offset. Also, we can optimize this. We don't have to do that every single frame. All right, so we should be good. That should be pretty optimized. So what this is going to do is whenever our power network is changed, it's moved its configuration, or a region is changed. Yeah. Like we've teleported somewhere. Then we're just going to say in draw, get our networks, calculate factor and draw color. Now, the only thing that might be a problem is if I resize the minimap. Because here this value will need to be recalculated, actually. So we have to fix that. Then for network, power network, and networks. If we're the same region, get the region offset, then draw for each point and break. Oh, but actually, no, we can't break because there can be multiple power networks in the same region. I forgot. So, don't want to do that. This should be pretty optimized, so it won't really matter, but we do have to have another signal for global.minimap size changed. So those are all the cases where I think we'll have to redraw this. Anyways, now we can just set this stuff up in here in global. We're gonna go to whenever minimap size is changed. So aren't you considering making the minimap zoom in when you have a larger world size? We can do that. It's possible. I would like to add on some more options for minimap stuff, like having the ability to specify a zoom level so that when you're zoomed in past the size or whatever, it like just kind of tracks where your player location is and stuff like that. So I think I will work out how I want to do all that. And then I'm going to go ahead and say minimap size change.emit. Go back to our signals. Where's our signals? Oh, they're up here. Okay. So these are all going to be... Technically, it's an in-game signal. So we need minimap size changed. We also need power network. Really, it's power network created, because power networks don't change. So... And then we already have region change, so that's good. And for some of these, we're gonna actually put these down here because these are really where it goes. So minimap size change, power network created, we're gonna do, we're gonna pass in the network. And with minimap size changed, I guess we can say we don't need to worry about that right now. Okay. So anyways, should be pretty easy. We just go into power network and ready. After all this stuff is done, we say power network created or global. And then we're going to pass in self. Should be it. Minimap size changed. Let's go. Well, that's already connected because we have minimap size up here. Whenever that's changed, it emits minimap size change. Okay. I think we're good. So back into our power network. Everything should be okay. We're inside of Tesla coil lines here. Now I know that this one has things though. Like region change doesn't, minimap change, but this one is going to be passing a variable. Is there a way I can drop that, you know? Let's see. with arguments. Because I think it's gonna complain. Oh my god. I mean, an easy way to do that is just say function redraw network. And we just have network passed in. And then we just say Q redraw. It's just why complicate things, right? Okay. So that should be it. And I'm just going to go ahead and do in redraw print in here just so I know when it's actually happening. And let's test it out. I do have to also make sure this is going to work normally on multiplayer and stuff. It should. I don't see why not. So. Okay. Let's just make sure. I might have to do one redraw at the beginning because you can see it didn't redraw. But if I change my minimap size, yep, that redraws. Transparency should matter, yeah. Okay, now what if I change the network? So if I add a thing, yeah, it seems to redraw. And if I break, it seems normal. And you can see it's only redrawing in here the very moment that I actually do a thing. Yeah, it seems to be good. So what about like a scenario like this? Is that gonna redraw? Yeah. Cool. So yeah, I should have minimal performance impact then. We can even enhance it further and say only actually connect everything if you're the authority, because there's no need to draw it if you're not the multiplayer authority. So we literally just say in here, if multiplayer.is or is multiplayer authority. Then just return and queue free. That's literally it. And the only other thing here is on ready, we're going to say one queue redraw so it updates to whatever current networks we have. And all of this should work on multiplayer, but I'll do a test just to make sure. So let's get out, let's go back in, make sure it works. So it didn't seem to do the initial draw of the network for some reason. I might have to connect that up to a signal, like fully loaded. That's probably what I need to do here, which is fine. So let's say global dot fully loaded dot connect queue redraw. Try that out. Man, signals are so nice. I wish I used them more when I first started making the game. I mean, I can go back and add them in, but, you know, it's still not doing it. It did say that it redrew twice, so I don't know. Could just be that the networks weren't fully set up. I'm not sure. We could just have a little delay. Just say await that. And then we say queue redraw. Just await a couple frames, make sure all the networks have had time. Might only need to await 1 frame, we'll see. 2 Oshik songs back to back, I know, it's crazy. It's random, I assure you. Okay, yeah, that fixes that problem. Let's try 1 process frame. It probably only needs 1 frame. I could probably just say call deferred, actually. Let's try that. Let's see. Nope, that's not enough time. It is interesting, though, that being called is not causing it to redraw. Like, I shouldn't even need to do an initial redraw because these being created should be calling that, right? Global.power network created. So why doesn't it work? Am I getting errors for that one, maybe? I mean, I am getting... It is printing and doing stuff, right? Let's make sure. I don't know why else it wouldn't be actually doing that one. Redrew. You can see it's printing the power network, so that's a little odd. Because it just doesn't seem to do anything. Don't know why. I guess it could just be that those are being created before it exists, and that's why. Yeah, that's probably why. Well, let's just say get tree dot await process frame. And then say Q redraw. But then it should be fine, because either it's... That doesn't make any sense. If we redraw, then after those are done, then it should be okay. Otherwise, if it's before, it's connected to power network created, so... I don't get this, guys, at all. Unless I'm doing the emit at the wrong point or something. I don't think I am. And we created. I mean, it doesn't matter if we have to wait a couple frames. It doesn't mean anything. I just don't know why it wouldn't let me do that, though. I mean, it's showing that it's redrawing the network, but it just doesn't do it. Oh, I accidentally got rid of Q redraw down there. Whoops. Watch that be like the problem. I don't think it is, but let's see. It just doesn't want to do it. Is it because they're like not properly inside of the node groups or something? Is that why? Because I could have a function like this that kind of just checks a specific one. No, I mean, I'm just passing the network, so I think it's, I don't know why it wouldn't work. This one doesn't let me put like a... I mean, I've already got multiple, or variables being passed in here. I just have it going into this function, redraw network, and then that goes into Q redraw, so it should be fine. I just don't know why I have to wait so many frames for this. The only thing I could think of is that Godot just takes time for the, like, nodes for this function to work, the get nodes in group. That's probably what it is. And so when it tries to grab them from the groups, it hasn't had time to fully instantiate. That's the only thing I can think of. If you ever want to pass multiple things, you can do a wrapper object. Yeah, that's true. Can't you... I mean, for a signal, you can pass multiple things, right? Can't you just do... a comma and then the next thing that you want? I thought you could. Yeah, I mean, even if that doesn't work, I could just pass a dictionary or something, and that's fine. Can I just do, like, ID, Bongo, Timmy? I think so. I don't know. Well, anyways, it doesn't really matter. This gives us the time we need. I guess it's just that we have to wait for this get nodes and group thing to work. Like, what is add node, add to group or whatever? Where is add to group? Adds the node to a group. Yeah. Performance sort of group name is not guaranteed. I don't know. Well, I guess it's fine. It doesn't really matter. We'll have a slight delay at the beginning. Who cares? I guess the only thing it would affect is just the initial, like... Because if I now place down another node, it'll technically take 2 frames for this map to update after that event has happened. I mean, it really doesn't matter, honestly, but... Theoretically, it could change it a little bit. I mean, I could lower my FPS to 1. Or to, like, 2. Then we can see what that looks like. If I can even get it placed down. It looked pretty instant. Alright, that's because I have a signal connected to when it changes. So, yeah, it doesn't even matter. The only thing that would affect is the very beginning of loading into your save. There's 2 frames where the power poles aren't there. Who cares, right? So we should be good. Big UI scale. And it seems to work on multiplayer. Let's just test one more time now that we've done that one change, though. Because you never know. I thought you were Googling. That doesn't work. Oh, no, it does. I was just trying to figure out, like... I'll go over what I was researching in 1 second here. Just let me test this really quick. Yeah, we're good to go. What I was doing is checking if there was a way that I could, like... So here's the thing. This signal, right? Signal Bob has a thing in it. So let's say it passes in a variable called Tim. So I try and connect it up to draw. The problem is draw doesn't have any arguments, right? So I can't really just say bob.connect draw because it doesn't match the argument count of the signal. I mean, the easy fix and what I did is I just make another little sub function that does take in the variable, puts an underscore so it's optional or whatever, just isn't used, and then just calls qredraw. So it's basically the exact same thing as doing a signal. We just have a little function to help it. So yeah. All right, well, I think we are good to go. Let's go ahead and finally get this merged in. So power network. That's all been messed with. Yeah, I've really simplified the generation of the, like, drawing the lines between them. It's way better now. Recipe building I changed slightly, I think. Yeah, I think for the hydrate. Apparently I added 2 parentheses. I can just discard that change. Tesla coil has been changed a bit, but generally the same. This is all the new stuff. Buildables, just typed it. Added some signals. And the minimap icon thing. Okay. Which actually, I guess I'll get rid of that because it's already been fixed on the main branch, I think. So let's just get rid of it. So this will be fix Tesla coil bug and add power network on minimap. Okay. Let's commit those changes. And let's finally start merging all these branches in. I know I wanted to do that yesterday, but of course we had all the problems we have to fix, but now it's actually time to. So minimap colors seems to be good to go now. Let's get that one merged in. And minimap Tesla coil drawing. I guess power line drawing. Alrighty. Bazillion changes. What are all the changes here? Whatever, I'll see it when I actually do the pull request. Okay, so all we've done here really is just change global to add in the colors. We also added in a couple of signals and stuff, like username changed. Why did I give that an ID? Interesting. I must have used that somewhere, didn't I? Do I use username changed anywhere? I'm not sure. Figure that out. Buildable, blah, 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 all the stuff. Okay, so where the heck is username changed, though? Because now it has an ID, and now I've broken it. Why did I add that there? Is there something else that uses that, or like, it's gonna cause problems? Right? I don't know. It seems weird. Did somebody ask me to do that or something? Or is that just a mistake? I might have done that by accident. Let's edit the file. I might have done that when I was showing off a thing with the variables or whatever. Yeah, let's fix that. Yeah. Okay, anyways. This is why I always preview the file changes, because I just want to make sure I'm not breaking anything, right? Yeah, there we go. Now it's gone. Okay. Yeah, I just changed those around. All the Tesla coil stuff should be fine. Player and the buildings table, I just changed all those. Alright, I think we are good to go. So add minimap colors. Merge the pull request. Delete the branch. Alright, so let's go look at all the other branches we have now. So we've still got the pressure pump one, which I guess we can probably merge. Star Launcher default zoom level. Artifact merging and dungeon mask now is also fixed, I believe. And I think on this one I fixed Did I fix something in here? Yeah, as with this stuff, the player icon stuff, that's where I fix that, all that stuff, so that's all good. So I think that one's basically done. The masking does indeed work. Apparently there's some conflicts, though. We can fix that. Let's create the pull requests and work those out. So is that... I'll just say merged artifacts, dungeon mask. Can you tell me how many lines all of your code currently has? It's a lot. I don't really have an exact number. I don't think GitHub will let me view that information, unfortunately, because you have to pay for that kind of stuff, but I'll go see if we can. Unless somebody knows how to find that. Okay, so this just does all this stuff, like setting the room stuff, the signal for fade finished, blah, blah, blah. So where's the conflict here? I don't see a conflict. I don't know what the problem is. What's that stuff? Oh, it's still set to if it's Tesla coil. I might change that behavior, but we'll see. And then the minimap icon stuff, whether it's valid or not. I said visible to false, yeah. Then global, we set Steam as the default name. All the door stuff. I fixed the bomb not being visible. The mushroom, I don't know why he's different, but it doesn't matter. It's just a new UID. That one's fixing that crash of the global tooltip and adding in the items. Okay, so did I specify in here? I think it's in both these commits. I have all the info here. I could probably make a script to get the total line count of the project, but yeah, anyways, it's probably thousands and thousands and thousands. I mean, I would estimate maybe 100,000 lines at least. Even just some simple stuff like this. This has 1,400. The player has even more, I think. The player has 2,000. I think if you slowly start to add everything up, it's probably a lot. So why is this taking so long? This is what I'm talking about. It's just like random weird, like everything's very slow on my computer today. Like I don't know why I can't get into pull requests. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's not good. But we can work it out. So let's resolve the conflict with global. Okay, all it is just the old ones versus the new ones. Wait, so what's the difference here? Okay, we don't need minimap colors anymore. So let's just get rid of those. These are all just comments anyways. And then that one is nothing. So just like that. Okay. Don't know why that was necessarily a conflict, but I guess it's fine. It was resolved. Now this one's scary. All it is just a different ID here. I don't see what the difference even is. Okay, it just has different load steps. That's a little scary to change. I don't know which one would be the true one. I don't want to break the player scene. That would frickin' suck. I'm gonna assume that load steps 14 is proper. Because since we added in... yeah. Little scary. We'll see what happens with that. I guess I'll mark it as resolved. So many lines, so a long way to go. Line count doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't mean your code is good or bad. It just is what it is, right? I mean, it doesn't matter, right? I don't know. If you have an obscenely large number of lines, like millions of lines, then yeah, it's going to be very annoying and difficult to work through your project. But there's plenty of programs and things that do have millions of lines and work really well, you know? So it just depends. It depends on the scale of your project. But I wouldn't really worry about that. It doesn't mean anything. In fact, I think the line count of Starground has probably decreased over time with just how much simplification I've done with things, so it doesn't even matter. All right, I guess I'll merge this. I hope I don't break the player. So let's hope. What's up, K-Mac? How's it going? I'm not going to delete that branch quite yet. I'm going to load up into main and just make sure it's not broken. It's going to be a bunch of new commits in here. It's going to be like 12 new commits or something. Yeah, 15. All right, there we go. Billion things in here. Hopefully it all works. Let's open up the project again. Ordered Domino's on my way home. Let's go. Finally get there 20 minutes later, and they say, oh, ask if it was for delivery or takeout. Ask if they even started the order, and he just said no. That sucks. Yeah. Aw, man. That sucks, dude. What do they mean they didn't? Yeah, bowl cereal, BBJ, yeah. Yeah, no, I totally get that. Why didn't, how do you even order and don't specify delivery, or that just seems stupid. So they just don't even make your order? Like, what? I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't, like, they're gonna have to make the pizza anyways, whether they're delivering it or you're picking it up. So what's the problem? Like, yeah, that's weird. That's stupid. I think we're good. I don't see any issues with player corruptions. I think 318 load steps was correct. And all the stuff should be in here now. Like, we should have the thing. Yeah, it has coiled lines. Let's just boot up the game and test some stuff. Apparently I have changed stuff now, but it doesn't matter. I don't know why. What? What's even the difference? Oh, I got rid of the new line at the end? Okay. Alright, new minimap stuff is working well. It appears. Cool. The only thing I haven't tested with this is, like, what happens if we're on, like, a little tiny screen? Because it gets pretty unreadable. I might have to add an option for line thickness. The options for that. Just in case it becomes way too hard to see, but it's okay for now. Yeah, I think we're looking good, though. Got all the lines in the network drawing. Updates instantly. And this should have all the up-to-date stuff, including like all the new dungeon masking. Yeah. It's got all that going on. Sick. Well, I think we're gaming, guys. All the doors are working properly and stuff. Let's make sure I can go down to the lab. Choose. Yeah, we're gaming. I don't do the mask transition thing quite there yet, but we will do that. It just doesn't matter right now. Oops. Just want to make sure everything's working, and then we can don't do that kind of stuff. Ooh. More lead boots. I love lead. It's funny that those guys don't get angry when you hit them. I kind of need to add that, I think. Because they only get angry if you go inside of their radius. But I can, like, go from a distance, zap them, and they just don't care. I didn't zap him, but yeah. Whatever, that's something I'll probably fix. I do want to do a big rework of the lab dungeon, because I just think it's probably about time. There's some things I want to change that are a little bit broken, so I didn't fix mole shrooms yet, did I? Because if they go down, you can see they're like still visible. They're peeking their head out for some reason. It's because of the new the change that does the what's the word? The culling. That's why. Should be pretty easy to fix. I just have to like change how they whatever. Need to make sure they actually go invisible. Okay, anyways, I think we're good to go. Things are looking good. The dungeon stuff is fine. So yeah, we're gaming. And it's all looking good on Viridian. I've been updating Godot with this. Yeah, I usually try and update Godot whenever I can. There's no reason not to, really. I do actually want to maybe right now go update to Godot 4.5. So, I mean, sometimes there can be little quirky things that happen, you know. Like I had to change the way all the tile sets were formatted because that new change with Godot, but it's not really a big deal. I think it's always good if you can, if there's not any massive changes, then just why not, you know, keep up to date. Because we got a couple other things in here that we can also merge. This one looks good, so I'm going to go ahead and delete this branch now because it's done. Okay. I do want to... Oops. I do want to also go ahead and merge this one, the Star Launcher save zoom position. I was looking at this one. I don't see why there'd be any issues with it, so we can go ahead and do that one as well. I'll go ahead and test the branch really quick just to make sure, but I'm thinking it'll be fine. So yeah, let's create that west. Should be able to merge. There's only two things that changed. It's just all it's doing is adding in. Zoom level has a set now thing in here. That's on the camera. The camera inside of the Star Launcher specifically. So pretty easy. Then we're just setting global Star Launcher position to position. And then in global, we have Star Launcher zoom. Let's go ahead and just load over onto that branch really quick. I think it looks pretty good, but, you know, just want to make sure. And then I think it's probably time to upgrade to 4.5. If that's all good with Use a Fencer. The stash. I got nothing in there. Okay. We'll have to upgrade the engine, but it should be fine. I'm gonna see if the Espresso Bits plugin still works on 4.5. I don't actually that name already exists. Shut up. I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but I don't see why it wouldn't. I mean, Godot 4.5 hasn't changed, like, a ton of things. It's mostly just optimized things that already exist. So hopefully it should still work, and I don't have to redo all the networking code again, but we'll find out. Should be pretty obvious if we do actually have a problem. Okay, so let's go ahead and just launch up the game. I'm just looking at all the changes in here. So yeah, just change the Star Launcher camera. On ready, you set the zoom level and position. Pretty easy. And then in, let's see, what function is this? Is that process? Yeah, in process, you're setting the global Star Launcher position. Star Launcher zoom, Star Launcher position, set the defaults. Star Launcher zoom, Star Launcher position, and that's all inside of the save user settings and load user settings. Yeah, should be good. Don't see why there'd be any issues. Let's try it out. I think it's probably a good idea to save the Star Launcher stuff, the settings. Because then, like, if you're in here and you go to a planet over here like Opus, and then you go back in, it'll still just be over selected on Opus. It is interesting how, so I'm here, and I click on it. Okay, yeah, it is working. It's just, what about, like, zoom level stuff? It does, like, a little transition over, but I don't even really mind it because it kind of looks cool, actually. So, yeah. Yeah, that'll be nice, because then if you're like going back and forth between two planets a lot, or you just kind of set it to the zoom level that you like, and then it's locked there. That should work. Yeah, it does that just because the movement and stuff has some lerping, same with the zooming, but it's not even a problem. It's actually just fine. It's just funny that it does that, but yeah. Yeah, this would be nice. And it's also interesting because those settings then, since they're just user settings, will actually sync across saves and stuff. So if you like quit out and go into a completely new save, then yeah, it should also be the same here. Which is not a bad thing. Yeah. I think it's fine. So yeah, I think this should be good. Can't imagine any issues arising from this. I don't see how they could. Should work just fine on multiplayer since UI stuff like that is all client side. Or specifically this one at least. Yeah, I think we're good. Maybe we should have some boundary. There is actually a boundary. I just have it really big because if people add in planets with modding, I don't want to limit the space that they have to actually be able to put planets down. We could probably do some kind of like dynamic boundary creation where we check like what is the furthest away planet and then lock the boundaries to that so that we always end up with a realistic boundary, you know? Yeah, it does eventually block it. I think basically it's like kind of twice the size that's set to the boundary right now if I load it up. And I'd also like to add the little arrows at the bottom too. Just be nice, because then if you're trying to just go through planets and select them, you don't have to go find them. You just kind of show up. Oh yeah, the old minimap, I was like, whoa. I do like the new minimap, I think it'll be nice. This is much harder to tell what's happening in here, so. So let's see, what were we talking about? In here? Oh yeah, the boundary. So you can see it stops right there. You can kind of see where the boundary is. Same with over here. It's a pretty big boundary. And boom. I mean, we could probably just shrink the boundary, then maybe set it larger specifically for modded stuff. Or we purposely do what we were saying, where we have the infinite boundary like that. But it just kind of snaps to whatever the furthest away planet is. Should be pretty easy. The only problem is that if you then end up outside of the boundary and it saves that setting, then when you come back in, it might cause issues. I'm not sure how Godot handles the camera being outside of the defined boundary, so that's something we'll have to see. Saran, welcome in. Nice mustache. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah. I was never really much of a mustache or facial hair guy, but the camera being outside. Oh god, sorry. I'm trying to get to YouTube chat. I decided to try it out. So. All right, I think we're good to go on this branch. Let's get it merged. This one. All right, delete the branch. What else we got in here? So we've got, this is the default zoom level. Yeah, it's just changing it to whatever that one is. To like 2.0. Yeah, I mean, the only thing is that, like, I think I brought this up before, but it does make it harder to view the Star Launcher on smaller devices like Steam Deck and stuff. That would be my only kind of concern with just continuing to zoom out. And the problem then, too, is as soon as we add in another planet, it's probably going to be outside of this area, so... I don't know if I'll necessarily change the default. I might, like... It's fine with the saving? Yeah. I think it'll probably be fine. One thing I'm considering doing is instead of centering the camera initially on the star, is just make it kind of zoom in toward the Viridian or whatever, or like a planet you're on. But I feel like it's fine, though, with the saving, like you said, because then it kind of does both of those things, so... I don't know. We could probably not do that. Not do the extra zoomed out. Because then on people on PC, they can just zoom out and you're good. And then people on Steam Deck and stuff won't be confused why they can't read anything or can't change the zoom level and stuff. And then there's this one. This is the pressure pump one. It is pretty crazy. I kind of want to give this one a closer look before I fully merge it, so I think I'm going to do some testing off camera. I do think it'll probably work out and be fine, but I do kind of just want to make sure, because it is a big change and I don't want to accidentally break Tyria, so... Here, we can get rid of some of these labels and stuff we don't need. We don't need good first issue on Starground. Or help. We can do help wanted, I guess. You do YouTube before streaming? Yeah, I've been doing YouTube for a billion years. Realize YouTube's a gold mine, thank you. But yeah, I used to do some devlogs and stuff on here. I do want to get back into doing more devlogs on YouTube. It's just streaming is way easier than making videos. The problem with creating a devlog is, first off, you've got to write the script and figure out what is the devlog going to be about, and that's kind of hard. Then on top of that, you have to go now record everything, which can take a long time. Then on top of that, you got to like record the face cam, you've got to do your voiceover, and then you've got to edit the whole thing too. It's just so much work. It can take a long time. People that do devlogs and develop games, like, basically they only make the game for the devlog, you know what I mean? It's a lot more feasible to make a game for devlogs if it's like a very small game that you can rapidly create and make a lot of content. But for Starground, I think I started to realize it got really hard to do devlogs because, like, I just wouldn't have that much new flashy content to talk about. A lot of it was like, okay, I implemented this behind the scenes system to optimize this thing and that nobody will ever even see or understand, you know? It's like stuff like that where I was like, well, this is kind of getting a little tricky. But yeah, I mean, I would like to do more devlogs. I just... Eventually. It would be fun. Yeah, I was working on Bounding Main 2 years ago now. That was kind of fun, but man, I didn't really enjoy using Unity though. It was really hard to use Unity. I always had a bad time with Unity. Yeah, Game Maker. I did that Game Jam. That was GMTK 2023. Yeah, it was also hard to work on Bounding Main also during school and stuff, university, because it took up a lot of time to make the devlogs. Yeah, it was just a nightmare. Then I put the Starground devlog up. That went pretty well. It's crazy how, like, looking back at these old devlogs. Whoa, sorry. Just like how the old dungeons and stuff used to look. Like, isn't it crazy? This is how it used to be. Yeah. And like, I was like, look at this new building I added. I call it to the Star Launcher. This is the old UI and stuff. It's so crazy. It's so old. Yeah, that's pretty insane. And then I talk about automation a little bit. Like, I was like, look guys, I added in conveyor belts. Isn't this crazy? Yeah. And then this is just some future plans. This is me talking about modular weapon parts. Drone-based miners. This is that whole thing. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Whoa, what happened here? No, I'm getting flushed. Okay. But yeah. I don't know. One day I'll do more devlogs. It's just, yeah, it's hard. Very time consuming, but we have written some out. I'm considering hiring somebody to edit for me, and that would be fine. That would kind of really help alleviate the issues with devlogs. So that's what I'm thinking about right now. But yeah, before this, I mean, I've been on YouTube for a billion years. I got the Chip Plays channel. It's probably not even gonna show up, but it's all gonna be Chip Plays Roblox. Here it is. And I used to do gaming videos and stuff. This is my kind of garbage channel where I put stuff on that I don't care about. A long time ago, 10 years ago now, I used to actually do like more serious, not serious, but I wanted, like, I tried to be a gaming YouTuber, you know, and played Minecraft and stuff, and it was my videos were really terrible. Because I would do like just a massive like 50-minute uncut video. It's terrible. Throwbacks, yeah. It's pretty bad. Give me 1 second, everybody. Alright, I'm back. Analogous swirling mustache. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy that was 10 years ago now. I sound like a little baby. I was very young.
Hey guys.
Hey guys.
So,
yeah, anyways. Pretty crazy. But yeah, it was fun. Now I just use this for garbage I don't care about, like all the Weezer parodies. We did create one recently. I need to upload it. I don't know, I've been busy. Yeah, I started like first experimenting with streaming back in like 2019, 2020-ish. I would do like Minecraft gaming live streams because I was in a Minecraft SMP. So yeah, that's what that was all about. Oh man, all this stuff got here already? Sorry guys, I'm just looking at I got some goodies. Oops, what did I open? Okay. Look, I got Bojack resistors. I got numerous capacitors. I got 2O-Fang. Oh yeah, this is my solid core wire that I bought. 22 gauge. What else did I get? Oh yeah, I got some DC power supply boards. I got one more thing. Oh yeah, these are the microchips I got. They are audio amplifier chips. There's a bunch all lined up in here. So I'm gonna be making an audio mixer, an active audio mixer. It's gonna be they call it a virtual earth mixer. Basically, you are sending back the output signal back into the input, and it kind of creates like a neutral reference for the audio. It's just better because then you don't end up with issues where as you're changing the volume of things, it changes the total output volume. It's bad. That's what happens in a passive mixer. I haven't really done a whole lot of like electrical engineering, component crafting, whatever stuff like this before, but it's pretty fun to learn about. It's just learning like how resistors work and capacitors and all that stuff. I mean, like I kind of have a general idea, you know, of like what they are, but I guess I never really kind of dove into them very much or really truly understood them. Probably don't have to worry about duplicates. I mean, it doesn't matter. We can keep it. All right, so I want to add a new thing here. That's just, I'm going to call it, we're going to change enhancement because that's weird. Why would you call it enhancement? I'm going to call it feature. Then we got bug. Yeah. All right, anyways, back to here. So we're going to add a couple things. This isn't necessarily a bug or anything. It's kind of a optimization. Let's add that. So yeah, I'm going to start adding things in here's a fencer. You're in here. This is going to be checks for our network. Then labels, this will be an optimization. Listening on and off? Okay, yeah, no worries. I'm just gonna give a little reference of like one of these buildings that does it, like in the space elevator, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna start putting in all the different features we can work on tonight and bugs and stuff or optimizations, so. Okay, most recent Tesla coil bug fix. There was the potential to a coil without a valid reference to actual power network node. It's required an inefficient check to make sure the power network is actually valid. Just paste this in. No longer needs the instance valid power coil.power network portion should improve performance and also simplify a lot of code throughout the project. Okay. I am now back. Welcome back, Ankles. How's it going? Alright, just want to put that in there so I don't forget. Oh yeah, by the way, everybody, my dad says hello. So that's a bug. Alright. I got a lot done since. Yeah, I've been just kind of going through some branches we have and merging things in, fixing a few conflicts. I think we're at a pretty good position now. I'm gonna go back to the main branch, actually. Let's pull those changes and stuff. But yeah, I've got all that other stuff I've been working on the background merged in, so we're doing good. Been fixing a lot of these bugs and stuff, which is good. Yeah, we're almost at a point to just, what's the word? Start, like, diving in more into focusing on content versus fixing things, which is good. Yeah, we could probably do that. Do have to end stream here pretty soon, but we've got a little bit of time. So did all my stuff get delivered? Let me go check Amazon, guys. Today. No, some of my capacitors still haven't arrived. Alright. Also, I'm still waiting on my PCB stereo sockets. Found out my old YouTube account got hacked. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah. I've never had any accounts hacked, but I mean, I imagine you would just reach out to YouTube support. Unless it's still the same email or whatever, and you can actually, you know. This random video was uploaded 2 weeks ago, ironically. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Contact support, yeah. Alright, so we're gonna get Godot 4.5. I've been waiting a long time. Who is this? Adrian Games. Oh, he made Hidden Folks. Okay. Cool. Asking for some form of identification. Yeah. I imagine they would. I still don't have Starground in the list of Godot Steam games, unless somebody else has added it or something, but I really need to go through there and actually add it. Yeah. I think it's pretty easy. You're just like... I know, I need to. You just literally like send a DM, or send a message on the Discord server and be like, hey, can you add this? And he's like, okay. I mean, I've seen a million people add their games. It's just, I don't know. Been too busy. We could do that on stream right now if we want. Just get it out of the way. Games using Godot Steam. So I think I can just paste the Steam link. Is that what people do? Yeah. So let's make a message. Do I put the link first or let's do it after? Because, yeah. I'll say, I've been working on this automation / dungeon crawler game for almost 2 years now and have had a good time using Godot Steam, all the player and such. What else do I say? You know, thanks so much for making an awesome tool. And I guess I would like it added to the documentation. Would be cool to have it added to the list of games. To the, yeah, sure. I guess that's all I say. I finally did it, guys, after all this time. All right, anyways, Godot Steam. Let's get 4.5. So what is different in 4.5 and stuff? Because I need to make sure I'm not going to accidentally break something. Let's go into Godot 4.5. I just want to see what all the differences are. They always have a list of like Godot 4.5 breaking changes. Yeah, right here. So is there anything that is a problem? JSON RPC? What is that? Okay, I've never used a JSON RPC, so that's fine. Get RPC config renamed to get node RPC config. Do I use that anywhere? I don't think I do. Nope. Method set name changes name parameter type from string to string name. Okay, I don't think I've used that anywhere, so. Rendering method file dialog show adds a new parent window ID optional parameter. Okay. I don't think I really do any of those. Texture create from extension adds new mip maps. I don't do that. Instance reset physics interpolation removed. I don't think I do that, but let's double check. Nope. And instance set interpolated. Nope. Okay, I mean, that's basically everything. So, I don't use GLTFs because it's a 2D project, so... Text. Method draw character. I don't think I used that. Draw character outline. If I don't use draw character, I probably don't use any of these. There might be a couple in here, though. Okay, let's double check on all this stuff. Let me just loop through or go through and make sure. Draw car outline. Draw multi-line string. I might do one of those ones. Draw string. I don't know where draw string actually even happens in, if I'm being honest. Method add image. I don't use that. That's for a rich text label? I didn't even know that's a thing. Push strike through. Push table. Push underline. Update image. Method draw. Oh, but that's only for text line. And it's also an optional parameter, so it doesn't matter. Text paragraph, method draw, new optional, optional. Draw line actually that's interesting. So that will now take in an optional oversampling parameter, which I do use draw line around. I mean, I don't need to oversample, but it's kind of neat that you can do that now. Draw font glyph or font draw glyph. I don't think I do any of that stuff. Add button for, I don't do that. Okay. Anyways, moving on. XR, don't do any of that. Editor plugins. This is the only thing that might be a big problem for the espresso bits, is like, I don't know if plugins are still compatible. Let's actually look at the code and see. Wherever it is in here, I think it's just up in plugins, add-ons, Steam multiplayer, pure. I can't actually see the code, so it's probably okay. Also, get option icon changes return time from image texture to texture 2D. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. We'll see. Okay, and then there's just some other behavior changes. So tile map layer, get chords for body RID. I don't think I even use that. So we're fine. 3D model import, don't do that. Resource duplicate true, which performs deep duplication, now only duplicates resources internal to the resource file it's called on. Okay. External resources aren't duplicated anymore. You must call a resource duplicate deep. I don't think I need to call resource duplicate deep anywhere, luckily. I'll double check wherever I use that, but I don't see why that would be a problem. I don't think I use that one anymore. I don't use any of that. Default regions and navigation server map now update asynchronously using threads to improve performance. Okay. I do use some navigation stuff. Seems like a long process. I mean, it's honestly not that bad. This is it. This is anything that will cause differences, right? Otherwise, everything will be the same. All I do is I just download the file and I'm updated, so should be okay. So merging of nav meshes and navigation server change processing order, regions now merge and cache internal nav meshes first, then the remaining free edges are merged by the navigation map. More noticeable in the pathfinding. Okay. Hopefully we don't have any edge merge problems. Okay, and then text. Update image will continue to work, but yeah, we already saw that. External resources not duplicated. It might actually be better for performance. What is this? How did I notice that camera 2D limits of 0 are now handled differently? Interesting. Yeah. Okay, that's only with camera limits. I don't think I really do any camera limits in Starground, so I think we should be okay. Well, that should be everything then, as far as I can tell. Let's go download it. Let's go down to, where's the releases? There it is. Also, we have to double check really quick though before I actually do this. My apologies. Let's also make sure that Godot Steam stuff hasn't changed dramatically. I can't imagine it would, but Just want to make sure really quick. I want like the change log. Where is that? It's like home standard. Where do I check that? Documentation, news. Here, finally found it. Okay, so this is the 4.16 change log. Let's just make sure everything's fine here. Missing friends function. Legacy upload. I don't do like a ton of Steam stuff, so I can't imagine I would have any problems here, but just want to make sure. Screen thread memory. Added missing result response to Steam server disconnected. Let's go. This game connected. Direct enum. Don't think I do any of that. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing in there that matters, so. All right, here we go. Need to get the Windows Editor download, 4.5. And then we also need the Linux files for 4.5, which is now a tar. Can I open a tar? Well, here, let's just download the templates.zip. All right, we're going to close this one. Close all that. So I am going to have to close our overlay, by the way, because that is also using Godot 4.5 or 4.4. So buy overlay, unpin that. So I have a folder on my desktop here. Where is it? Godot, where are you? Godot editor, there it is. To the overlay, I know. It'll be back. Okay, so here's all the files in here. Let's go put them in. I know. I always get attacked for my desktop decisions. So we don't need any of this stuff anymore. So we need debug template for Linux and Windows. Okay. So we want the editor, 4.5. We want the debug template for Windows and the regular template for Windows. We're also going to replace the Steam API DLL now. So delete that one, put the new one in. And we'll also just need Windows, just the Linux debug template and regular template. Also, we'll need a new API SO file. So let's go get all that. So we need, okay, it has all this stuff in here, but we already got that, so it's fine. So Godot Steam template Linux and debug template Linux. Drag those in. Get rid of that one. Get the new SO in. That should be it. I don't need old. Yeah. All right, and then the only other thing is inside of here. We don't actually need RC edit anymore, which is freaking awesome. We'll swap out those files though. Let's go back to my folder. Godot editor Windows. Here we go. We're gonna try it out for the first time. Godot 4.5. And hopefully everything loads properly. I don't need to back it up because it's already backed up on GitHub. Okay. Yeah, there's a migration guide. We should be okay, though. I don't think there's really anything that needs to change, honestly. The only thing that I actually do use in the project that could change things is the duplicate function. But I don't need to duplicate external resources, so it should be okay. Or if it just brick Starground, I hope not. We're about to find out. This is just like a wall of errors show up. Better not. Yeah, I think I would totally sue Godot. Yeah. Totally would. Well, this is why we have GitHub, so I don't have issues. Looks like everything's good. No issues. So let's go into here, and yeah, I think we can delete RC edit now. If you go into editor settings, there's no more RC edit anymore. Wait, there still is though. I thought you didn't need it. Well, let's not get rid of it yet. I'll double check on that, but I'm pretty sure you don't need RC edit anymore. Unless I'm wrong. Anyways, going to build. So we've got to replace all these files, like the DLLs, so with these ones. I don't know if I actually need to. It might be fine, but just in case there's any changes to the Steam DLL, I don't want to have any issues. Same with that one. I only have support for 64-bit, because if you're playing on 32-bit, then your computer is like 500 years old. All right, we should be good. Okay. Now, there's some awesome things about Godot 4.5. First off, you immediately see it here. Colors now have a color picker. This is amazing. And you can just do this. You can just swap out the color. You can turn it into a hex code or whatever you want. Yeah, it's so good. So it's lovely. Now I don't have to figure out what that color is. I just see it and it's there. So that's one thing I frickin' love. Now the other thing too that's going to be awesome, it has to do with the optimizations done to tile sets. I am curious, just let's launch the game up and see how well it runs. Because the physics generation of the game should be way better now with the tile sets. They used to, every single tile was a separate tile, which was very inefficient, of course. Now they should all be merged into one physics shape, or at least significantly simplified. It's not going to be one physics shape. It's going to be like a bunch, but nothing close to what it was before. I love VS Code for that. Could imagine not having it. Yeah. Let's go load up before and hope everything goes well. Hope we don't have any disgusting bugs happen. There's a couple things that complained. Can't create a shader cache directory. That's for the, there's a new thing now also where Godot will now bake shaders inside of the editor before you export, which is really great for performance because it means it offloads some of the runtime performance over to like your building process, which is awesome. I can already tell this is running way better, which is very interesting. We're getting like 113 FPS before when we were testing and stuff. I think we're getting around 70. So that's actually an enormous improvement. I even have the game open in the background. So if I close that, it's even a little better. It's not bad at all. And as far as I can tell, all the Steam stuff for the ExpressoBits plugin seems okay. I will probably put up an experimental version with this new engine update and like test it on Steam before I do any full releasing. Yeah, hopefully it should be okay though. Seems to be running fine. Not really having any issues here. I can build like normal. It's funny that it shows that these are... You can't actually ever place things like this, like at a diagonal, but yeah. Everything's normal. Let's test like, yeah, everything is going to need some time to get used to it. That is something that seems different, maybe? So the camera limiting? I mean, the regular player camera seems normal. I don't see any issues with that. this might be a little funky, but I don't have any of my borders on camera set to 0, so 0.15 is going to add like 2.5 times the performance. I know, it's going to be insane with all the things that we've done with the culling and the new engine and tile map optimizations. It's going to go crazy. We're just going to pop into a dungeon really quick and make sure everything's normal. Yeah, the tiles should be way faster now. I am really curious to see if it's fixed my issues with the lab level. Because, you know, we used to have that problem where there's like that really weird lag spike stuff when you spawn in enemies. And it was in the output, the profiler, it keeps saying that it was like this physics. What was it again? It was like navigation or physics something. There's a physics related thing. So I'm curious to see if it had to do with the tile maps. Let's see what this does now. It was integrating physics forces or something was the problem. I mean, 0 lag so far. So that's a good sign. I think normally I would be getting the lag spikes. I mean, we saw it was happening before. I'll have to test that on multiplayer because I think it's amplified on multiplayer, but so far so good. There's fishies. Kill them all. I mean, things are running just fine. I'm not seeing any major problems. So that's good. Well, we'll see. Let's kill this stupid spore guy. I always forget that he's like different now. We're so devoid of music. I need to open the overlay. Well, we're gonna end stream here, but yeah. I wonder if GitHub has even reported any changes, like if loading it in 4.5 even does anything. It might have changed maybe some UID stuff, but I don't know if it really does anything, honestly. Yeah. He is dead. I've slayed the beast. Oh, what was that? Nothing. Also, I think I realized a bug that can happen. It's a little funny, but I think it's technically possible to kill the small version of Spore and then the boss door opens back up because it thinks that Spore is dead. So I may have to change the way that the door does. Just changes the project and okay. Yeah, it's probably like really all it does. I mean, of course I have the files I change in here for the new Godot Steam version, but yeah, it literally just says, now we're 4.5. Okay. Cool. I think we're good to go. Well, I'll push these changes with all the new files and stuff and figure out if we still need RC edit. I was pretty sure you didn't need it anymore, but maybe I am mistaken. I don't know. But yeah, anyways. Also, apparently there's an invalid comment in an OGG Vorbis file. I don't know why that would be. Also, is it just me, or does the... Is this way, like, higher FPS scrolling through here? You guys probably can't really tell on the stream, but... It's like the refresh rate of the code editor is increased. Whoa. Why is that highlighted? Whoa, it definitely is a higher refresh rate. That's crazy. Oh, it's a warning. Okay, interesting. Well, anyways, that's going to be it for today. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Got a whole bunch of things done. I'm very glad we figured out that Tesla coil issue. I was a little worried about that. Whenever there's bugs like that are kind of like something wrong with a part of the game that is so integral and important, it's scary. Because it's... if you don't fix it, it causes problems. But if you do fix it, there's a strong potential for breaking the game. So it's a bad time for breaking. Shut up, me. Okay. Anyways, we're going to go raid out. I'm just looking around at who's streaming and stuff. I don't know if I've ever raided this person, so we could probably give them a raid, unless they're ending stream or something right now.
In Star Citizen, in the middle.
No, they're not. So we're gonna raid them. It's a new person. They're in the indie game developers team. CRNT Dev. Let's go raid them. All right, feel free to buy Starground on Steam. It's on sale, 20% off for the autumn, the Steam autumn sale. Feel free to join the Discord. And we'll be live again tomorrow, same time, 3:30 MDT. Probably working a little more Starground and maybe also gaming. Maybe we'll play some more Voice of the Void. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get this raid started. Yeah, thank you gamers for coming in. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, the commands aren't working because the overlay is off. But here you go. Link to the game. And I think there's a Discord link there. Here you go. Link to the Discord server. Okay. Anyways. All right. Gonna go raid out. Bye, everybody. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.